What's up tonight, everyone? Welcome. Fine Thursday to you all. And Wilds of Eldraine, I don't know, Streamers Day or something? Early Access Day. It's always been Early Access Day. I think it's got a new name now. But we have early access to Wilds of Eldraine. We got a full stocked account from Wizards, which means it is time to check out some brand new Magic cards. And if you've never been here for an early access stream, little different than a normal stream. In a normal stream, we play like one deck or two deck for the whole stream. Today, we have this massive, overly huge list of decks, and we're going to play a whole bunch of decks. So we're going to do a little bit of a whole bunch of stuff, get a sense of the new cards, the new format, see what's going on. So I have this huge list of decks. There's no way we can possibly play all of them, but I want to know which ones you're most hyped for, because we're going to try to get through as many of these as possible. I did something a little different this time. I did not import the decks ahead of time, which was partly because I was just recording Budget Magic until like 2 minutes ago, but I figured we could talk about the decks as I import them, and then you can see what the decks look like, and then you can tell me which ones you're most hyped for, and we'll make sure to get through those decks. So let's do a reminder super duper quick. Start importing these deck lists. You can tell me what you want to play, and we're gonna get in and start having some fun. Spice Lord MTG, are you going to Eternal Weekend or SCG Con Dallas? I got my power, so I'm playing Vintage. Ooh, congratulations on the power. I think my next event is Vegas, so I don't believe I'm going to either one of those that I know of at this point. So reminders real quick. Replay YouTube, as we fight all those streams, including this ones in the future. Normal YouTube, tons of stuff going up on there. Of course, WoW content coming very soon, so keep an eye out for that. A reminder that our sponsor today is Card Kingdom, and if you need some magical cards, you can get them over at cardkingdom.com/mtggoldfish. If you get a free goldfish sticker, just let them know you want one in your order notes and they'll hook you up. Otherwise, merch pages, tokens, t-shirts, playmats, good way to support the stream and the channel and the site. Donations always appreciated, never required. $2 more gets your message read on stream. And let's import some of these decks. So we have so many decks to get to. So this is deck number one, Temur Agatha. This is, so one of the cards I've been very impressed by is just Agatha Soul Cauldron. I think is actually a busted card. This is a Agatha Soul Cauldron deck, but not a combo deck. This is a non-combo version where the idea is, oh my god. Where the idea is basically to use Agatha and other ability cost reducers for value. So Agatha reduces cost, Training Grounds reduces cost. This means we can Hypnotic Rifter for 1 mana. We can Triskaidekafile probably for 1 mana. Fairy Mastermind for 1 mana. We can turn all of our things into Surge Engines and level them all up and draw a bunch of cards. Hound Tamer to put counters on things to reduce the cost on Agatha. So non-combo Agatha essentially. Jonathan Snow, welcome to the Fishbowl. Thank you. Maybe I should have imported these ahead of time. This might be way more work than I realized. Maybe this was a horrible, I thought, oh, this would be cool because then we'll actually get to see the deck list, but maybe this is actually just really boring. Okay, so chat, you can see all the decks. You can see all the decks here in chat. Why don't you tell me which ones you're most hyped for? Because maybe we don't import every single deck. Maybe this is actually way more typing than I realized. Hey, what's up, Looney? How are you? Good to see you. I am excited for Adventures. I think Adventures might actually be pretty legitimate. I think there's a chance. I'm really curious. It's going to be interesting to see how this lines up with current standard. So if you have any decks you really want to see, Panharmonicon. All right, I will import Panharmonicons next. There is this deck. This deck is kind of spicy. I don't know if this deck is, oh my god, I always click the wrong thing. I don't know if this deck is actually good, but I think I found a way to combo with Ashiok. There is a way. You have to, okay, hear me out. So here's what you do to combo with Ashiok. You have to, so here's the idea. You have to get Ashiok. Ashiok static, if you pay life, instead you exile that many cards, and then you need Lord of the Forsaken, which has an ability where you pay life to add a colorless mana, only to cast cards from your graveyard. So you get Ashiok. If you have Lord of the Forsaken Ashiok, you can activate Lord of Forsaken like 40 times. Then you have Conduit of Ruin, so you can play a permanent card from your graveyard, and then you can Shivan Devastator for like X equal 40 or something, exiling your deck to Ashiok with Lord of the Forsaken for the mana to win the game with this huge attack from Shivan Devastator. Probably a horrible idea, but if it ever works, it would be very sweet. I'm also excited about, I think that I think that counters have a lot of potential. If you look at like the artifact synergies, sorry, I'll catch up with you in a minute. I think that the artifact synergies with Surge Injure and Tough Cookie and like Yoten Dissident, you got Clay Champions and Simian Simulacrums, Skrelves. There's a lot of Teething Wormlets. There's a lot of pieces for some sort of artifact aggro style deck, which I think could be interesting. I think Surge Injure might actually just be like a good card. It might be better than people are giving credit for. I will say Egg of the Soul Cauldron is the card that's impressed me the most. I want to see Questing Druid in Mosswood Dread Knight in action. Well, that sounds to me like the deck that you would like to see is... I'm going to pull up the decks I'm kind of interested in. We're going to do this a little quicker. All right, my apologies, chat. I guess I should have done this. I should have done this ahead of time. People said fairies. People mentioned Temur Spellslinger. Rocco's Food Fight. I don't know if it's actually good, but I think it could be very interesting. It's probably horrible. Burn is probably boring. All right, Jund Adventures. That's the adventure deck people have been asking about. Panharmonicons. We gotta get the Panharmonicons. We gotta get. I will look at chat as soon as we finish importing these deck lists. Well, we learned something. Import the deck list ahead of time might be the better way of doing it. Blink. So I would say the Panharmonicon decks are the closest to Blink decks. You have like Twinning Twins, you have Touch the Spirit Realms, you have the new Panharmonicons. I'm actually pretty hyped to see how good the new Panharmonicons are. Do you think Panharmonicons could actually be good? Abzan Rolls? I will add Abzan Rolls to the list. All right, so we got Blue-White Panharmonicon. We have, Clay Champion and those old artifact payoff creatures I think are actually kind of underrated. I think people have forgotten about a lot of those cards that were printed in like Brothers War, and they're actually really good. I don't know why these accounts don't have all the cards, but Bant Panharmonicons. All right, we're getting there, chat. We're getting there. So, chat, help me figure out what deck are we playing first? Jund Adventures, about to be imported. Wizards gives you the wild cards and a full collection of VIP accounts. Apparently, I don't know. There's like a million gems. There's a million gems. There's a million gold. There's, I don't know how full this vault is. Well, only 171. But yeah, it's, the cards are not all in the account somehow. Bant first, Jund Adventures. Do you think that adventure decks will be good? I don't even know if I'm excited for fairies anymore. I swear, as I was recording this afternoon, I think every single person in this event built fairies, which I guess makes sense because you can kind of just throw all the cards that say fairy on them into a deck, and you end up with a pretty solid deck. Temur Adventures. So I think that's actually probably the Temur Spellslinger deck. At least that would be my version of Temur Adventures, would be Temur Spellslinger, which is like adventure-y Spellslinger stuff. What's the coolest thing? Have you been watching Early Access yet? What's the coolest thing that you've seen so far? Twinning Twins is pronounced like dinning, but it says twin. Doesn't it actually say, is it twine? Is it twine like you would use to tie a bale of hay? Is that what that is? Rocco Food Fight. How deep do we want to go, chat? So there's also, I didn't mention this, there's also some decks that I didn't add to the list, but I don't know how deep do we go. Do you want to see like the against the odds decks? So there was a couple decks that I was like, I don't know if these are good enough. Are these actually good enough, or are these like stuff I should work on for against the odds? Included on this list would be like, oops, all Shieldrids. I don't know. Are we dirty Shieldred players on Early Access Day? I don't know if I'd feel good about that. I feel like I'd feel guilty if we play a deck that is just about putting Shieldrids on the battlefield. I feel like whenever someone plays a Shieldred in this event, I'm like, oh, come on person, come on opponent. It's Early Access Day. Can we not have one day, just one day out of the whole year where there's no Shieldrids? So I don't know if I want to be the person that plays all the Shieldrids, but maybe we should be. Naya Turtle combo would be cool if it could work. I don't know if it's actually good, but the idea of going infinite with Blossoming Tortoise. Shieldred free zone. That's kind of what I lean towards, is we should just be Shieldred free. I am intrigued by rolls. I am curious to see if rolls are actually good. I feel like they might be. I feel like rolls might be better than people are giving him credit for. All right, am I missing anything, chat? Is this a good enough list? Can we start playing Magic, or should we keep importing? McIntyre and Bizina. Oh, we got the viewer deck still. Let me add a couple viewer decks. And then we'll start playing Magic. I mean, so even if I didn't import a deck, if there's like rats you really want to see or Gruff Green or whatever, like let me know and we can add them in. So this is Draconic Festival. This is a viewer submitted turtle combo deck. Hilda's Tapathon looks pretty interesting. I think Hilda's Tapathon could be cool. Bant Counters looks interesting. Naya Brutes. So there's some good viewer decks too. All right, these are the last four. Last four decks imported, and then we're gonna, oh my god. And then we're actually gonna play Magic the Gathering. Early access day, Magic the Gathering. All right, last four decks. We're doing it. Justin Burr, welcome to the Fishbowl. Thank you. So, you want to see rolls? I want to see rolls too. All right, final decks. Welcome to the Fishbowl. Thank you so much for your subscription. Big soup cheer for you. Thank you. So this is Viewer Turtle. This is, all right, deck number 3, Hilda's Tapathon. I wonder if Hilda could be good. I don't know if Hilda can be good. The thing with Hilda, like, I'm going to be curious to see how this event goes. Can you get a creature to stick on the battlefield? Hilda added. Bant Counters added. Hey, what's up, McFluffy? How are you? Good to see you. Welcome to Early Access Day. Welcome to the stream where I import a whole bunch of deck lists. Viewer, Bant Counters. Last deck. All right, what are we playing first, chat? The time has come to actually decide what we are playing first. What are we playing first? Give me your pick. All right, last deck. Naya Viewer. Naya Brutes. You want to try the turtle combo deck? The turtle combo deck, I don't have high hopes of it winning much, but if it wins once, it would be sweet. Agatha's Cauldron combo. Yeah, Agatha, I think Agatha could be sweet. Cauldron, I think, is actually just kind of like busted. Panharmonicons. What would you say is the most important part of the, very, very good. That was a very important stream. You want to see the turtles? All right, so how do you combo with turtles? This is one. Can we pull off the combo once? Can we pull it off once? Okay, so this is Naya Turtle combo. How do you combo with a turtle in Standard? Well, Blossoming Tortoise has an ability where it reduces the cost of activated abilities on lands you control. So we need to get a creature land like a Mishra's Foundry or a Restless Bivouac, which Turtle helps find with its CTB. Then we need to get Draconic Destiny on the land and creature form. Draconic Destiny gives the creature an enchant's ability to pay 1 to give it +1/+0 until end of turn. It also gives flying, which is nice because we want to win with combat damage. So we put it on the creature land, and then we can pump it as many times as we want, and we kill our opponent on the spot. Do we actually, let's try turtle combo. Do we actually want to play Shieldrids? I'm not sure if we actually want to play Shieldrids. Yeah, I also don't know if I want to play fairies for that reason. Like, literally everyone is playing fairies, to the point where I'm already sick of fairies. What about Llanowar Loam Speaker? Ooh. That could be worth it. Loam Speaker to turn a land into a creature? Can we find room for it? I mean, I guess it's kind of cheaper. I don't know how many... So I think the challenge of this deck is... I'm not super intimidated by the... No, that's a different deck. I'm not super intimidated by the idea of, like, having a creature land. That doesn't seem hard. The part that seems difficult is keeping turtle on the battlefield. That's the part that intimidates me. That's the part I'm worried about, is like, how do we actually keep the turtle on the battlefield? Which is why there's a couple of like Tameo safekeepings. But let's give it a go. We'll add the Loam Speakers. We'll add them. I missed a donation. Oh, my apologies. I was doing some important work. All right, let's fire this up. This is a viewer. This isn't even the right turtle deck. Hang on. I keep loading the wrong decks. We have a new donation from Dan Wildfire. Hey Seth, I finished your deck last night. I have the Core Me at Vegas, but there will be some budget cards. Here's the exact list. Ooh, let me see. I'm excited to see what it looks like. Thank you so much for the donation, Doug. Helden and Paco. I've never actually played Helden and Paco. They seem like a really cool partner pair. I've never had a Spellslinger deck. I'm actually pretty hyped for this. This deck looks. You always build such strong decks, Doug. I'm excited. I'm excited for it. Excited to see you in Vegas too. If you're in Vegas, make sure to come and say hello. Thank you for the donation on the deck list. Honestly, conspiracy theory. WotC made the future of MTG about cutesy, twee fantasy stuff to combat Lorcana, potentially pulling away new players. How big of a threat do you think Lorcana is? How similar is the viewer turtle deck? We'll probably try both of them. We can try both of them at some point. We can look at it after this. Let's see if we can. So this hand seems good. We got the turtle. Kellen can get the enchantment. We have a creature land. We even have our late edition Llanowar Loam Speaker. Lord Skitter A. So you don't think it's an actual real threat to Magic? I keep feeling like it's like a kid's game. Is it a kid's game? I'm like, for some reason, and maybe it's just me, and this is not supposed to be. All right, opponent. Yeah, see, the problem with Loam Speaker is Mana Dorks are so bad in this standard. I don't know if I've ever played a format where Mana Dorks are less good than this format. Because, like, every deck is black. Every deck is playing cut downs and, like, a million black removal spells. So it is just, like, all your stuff dies all the time. I've seen a lot of people talking about Lorcana. Like, it's a pretty popular topic. New opponent kills the turtle. Yeah. Alright, so our opponent is brutally killing all of our things. I wonder if Lord Skitter is actually good. Like, is this actually better than Graveyard Trespasser? I guess we haven't killed it, so it's looking good right now. It's much more killable than Graveyard Trespasser. Is this Shieldred? Opponent. Are you going to play a Shieldred on early access day? Opponent. I see you thinking about it, opponent. I see it. They're thinking, am I winning by enough that I can win without showing the Shieldred in my hand? Because I know Seth... Oh, my God. Are you going to tutor up Shieldred? Opponent. No. No, not like this. Early access day. The rat is... Wow, they didn't even put it in hand. The rat is good with Besiege. I think that's one of the... Oh, God. I think that's one of the biggest upsides of all the tokens it makes, honestly, is... It does give you a lot of fodder for besieging. So opponent tutor up something that was too expensive to play for free. I'm worried about standard. Ooh, wait, what is this? When ETBs make a food, when you sack a food, create a rat. Spicy. Okay, I can respect that. You have my respect, MTG Malone. You could have tutored up a Shieldred and put it on the battlefield and probably won, but instead you tutored up Experimental Confectioner. I can respect that. Much respect. Yeah, I didn't expect this card would actually be playable. Yeah, up against I think there's a content creator that goes by MTG Malone or something. So I don't think it's actually Post Malone. I think there's a content creator that has the name Malone. How do we do this now without dying? So we don't have our turtle, so we can't combo. We can do some life linking here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So let's play. I think we play Loam Speaker. I think the plan is play Loam Speaker. We can Heartflame Duelist with Lifelink combo. And then we have Tamiyo Safekeeping. So there's a go for the throw. So in response, Heartflame Slash, get rid of the Confectioner. Do we even care about saving the Duelist? I don't even know if it's worth it. I'm sure that Post Malone would be invited if he wanted to. I don't know if Post Malone actually has the time to do early access. He's probably writing like a #1 hit. I looked... Every once in a while when I'm on Spotify, I just look up Post Malone, even though I don't really listen to Post Malone music very much. The amount of listens he gets is kind of mind-blowing. Like, I forget just how popular Post Malone is. He is like, if you did a current pop star tier list, he would probably be, what, A tier for sure? Maybe S tier, honestly, just based on the amount of, like, people who listen to his stuff. Oh, MTG Malone is a... Yeah, but people also use it to, like, create YouTube content and whatnot. So, you know what? We're going to let this go. People also use it, use early access to create YouTube content. So it's possible they're just, like, recording for YouTube. So, you don't think S tier? I'm talking about just, like, popularity. Not how much you might actually like them or whatever. Because 17th in the world... What? This is like a jumpstart. This is a straight up jumpstart deck. Malevolent Witch Guy, ETBs, sacks any number of artifacts, enchantments, tokens, draw that many cards. We're getting jump-started. We're actually getting jump-started. That's... Losing's one thing. Getting jump-started is a whole nother thing. All right, we're going to just cast this Werefox Bodyguard, get rid of this Witch Kite that's about to kill us. We're going to Birthright Boon to grab, I think, a sword? Or do we take Draconic Destiny? Oh, we're going to take the Destiny. Come on. Come on, Turtle. Come on, Turtle. We're a turtle away from the combo kill. We're a turtle away from the combo kill. It could actually happen. Opponent. So if you're looking on the sheet to find the deck, this is the turtle combo deck, which actually might not even be on the sheet. Wow, Virtue Persisting. Yes. Fizzling that is very important here. Okay, so opponent gets back the Witch Guy. At least Virtue goes to the graveyard. Agathis, what? What abilities do you even have? We draw another Werefox Bodyguard. Well, play the Duelist. Turtle, 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 turtle. We really need a turtle. All right, pass the turn. You know what? Have you ever watched the movie Master of Disguise? I mean, if you have, I'm sorry. Does anyone remember that movie? Hey, Stone Rain, happy birthday! Ashiok too. Oh, yes, that movie's so bad. I know that movie because I remember my little brother wanted me to watch it with him, and I was just like, no, like the reviews are so bad, I can't do it. But it made me think of Turtles because he does like the turtle in the sweater like joke. That movie's so horrible. Do you know that the title scene was filmed while 9/11 was happening? I did not know that. That is a very weird piece of movie trivia. Okay, are they just playing Soul Cauldron to put counters on things? Is that the plan? Just like put counters on stuff? There's no abilities, right? Boy, I'm glad this Virtue fizzled. That Virtue would have wrecked us. Well, okay. You know what is the movie you've watched most in the theaters, chat? Have you ever watched a movie more than once in the theater? Well, let's kill this stuff. I guess we should be being more aggro, probably. Oh, this has double strike. Napoleon Dynamite was actually really good. I think the answer for me, and this is almost as embarrassing as... Ooh, questing... Oh, this could find the turtle. This could find the turtle. This could find the turtle. That is a thing that could happen here. Questing, Druid. Let's seek the beast. Can we find the turtle? Can we find the turtle? Oh, no, we can't find the turtle. So we can play a Mishra's Foundry. We Draconic Destiny on Kellen. I guess we're just going to have to try to win the boring way. Questing Druid. Oh, boy. So many little timing punts. Probably should have done that in the opposite direction. At this point, I'm feeling pretty good about where we're at. I think we're in pretty good shape. So the little sequencing probably doesn't matter, but we should have sequenced that backwards. As embarrassingly as it is, I'm pretty sure the answer for me is Rat Race. Did any of you see Rat Race? Rat Race is not as bad as Master of Disguise. But I have no justification why I saw that movie like 3 times in the theaters. I was young. I have not watched that movie since probably it came out. I haven't watched the movie since probably it came out. I have no idea how it holds up today. It might be absolutely horrible. No, you saw Rat Race multiple. I thought I was the only one in the entire world that saw that movie multiple times in the theater. It was one of those movies where I like saw it with a friend and thought it was funny, so I saw it with another friend and then another friend, and next thing you know, I've watched Rat Race like so many times. Maybe I gotta rewatch it for nostalgia. I remember it being funny at the time. I don't know if it's still funny, but at the time it was. You never heard of it? It was like an ensemble comedy from like 2000 or something. Like I said, I have no idea. Like if you decide to watch it, I have no idea if there's some stuff that is messed up by 2023 standards in the movie. That's very possible because it was a long time ago. I haven't watched it since 2000, but I watched it many times back in 2000. You were forced to watch Rat Race some Thanksgiving. Rat Race doesn't seem like a Thanksgiving movie to me. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. It's Tomer. Oh boy. Okay, I gotta get serious now. No, Tomer's gonna be playing fairies. Yeah, good game, Tomer. Good game, fairies. You know he's playing fairies. Is Tomer streaming? Where's the thanks? I need a clap. Oh, he's playing fairies. He's really playing fairies. If I lose to Tomer on stream playing fairies. Hey, what's up, Red Horse Rider? How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome. Muted. Tomer has officially been muted. You know what, Tomer? What do we think about this? What do we think about this? Oh, I'm gonna tutor up Cauldra. I'm gonna tutor up a Cauldra piece, Tomer. You better counter that, or I'm gonna get Cauldra. I know I don't have any emotes. I wonder, you can't even buy Crowd Surfing Karn, can you? I did, Stone Rain. I did. The only thing is, so Stone Rain, I want to play it because it's your birthday, and again, happy birthday. The deck list is a little like tier control-y for me to really want to play on early access day. It looks good, it looks solid, but it's the kind of deck that if I play against someone on early access day and they're just like, ooh, Wandering Emperor, counter Wrath, I'm gonna be like, oh, come on, dude. So I don't know if we'll actually play it just for that reason. But the deck looks good. Like I could imagine that deck list like being very competitive. It looks like a very solid deck. I just don't know if it is like a good early access day deck. What are you doing for your birthday, Stone Rain? Fairy Dream Theft. So when ATB Surveil 1, exile from the graveyard, Aura called Lose to Life. I saw someone playing this in mono black earlier. Is this card good enough to play outside of fairies? So obviously in fairies. So the gimmick of fairies in Wilds of Eldraine is the creatures are kind of medium, but if you can keep them out of the battlefield, all of a sudden you get like Thought Seizes and some very strong spell effects. Tomer. So I wonder if this is actually worth it outside of fairies when you're probably not playing like Fairy Thought Seize and so forth. That sounds sweet, Stone Rain. How do we not lose to Tomer? This thing's gonna grow. You know what? Let's coop up that Fairy Vandal. How do you like it's now, Tomer? Hello. Hello, Tomer. Is this a budget deck? If it's a budget deck, we definitely gotta kill him. Fairy Mastermind. Fairies seem like they're... I've played against fairies so much. Everyone is playing fairies today. Fairies seem like they are not bad. I do wonder if fairies are better than just generic... Yeah, budget commander is definitely Tomer. I do wonder if fairies are better than just generic Dimir. I guess we'll see. Yeah, I don't know if Tomer's streaming or not. He might be. He messaged me the other day and mentioned, hey, what's up, Sean? How are you? He messaged me and asked about like some stuff about streaming. Said he wanted to stream again, so he might actually be streaming. Bitter Blossom's a big thing. He is streaming. Oh, that's cool. Tell him I said hello. Actually, I can tell him. Tell him I'd be crowd surfing Karn on him if I had a Karn to crowd surf. So we get Thoughtseize. They take the Questing Druid of all things. Where's our turtle? We have not done a very good job of finding turtles this game. I feel like we're losing to fairies, which is not great. Well, Jetmir's Garden, go. Like I said, I think turtles is like a pretty against the odds style deck, so I don't know if I have super high hopes. We'll see. I really want to see the combo at least once though. Well, okay, we gotta slash this fairy mastermind, I think. Lustful Jeans, welcome to the Fishbowl. Thank you so much for your subscription. Big super chat for you. Thank you. I didn't know Tomer streamed. I thought he only did YouTube. Normally he doesn't. Like, normally he just does YouTube. He streamed on YouTube a little bit in the past, but I think he recently had started. I think he had a Twitch that he like randomly streamed Warcraft or something on. So recently, I think he's dusted off his own Twitch to play some Magic. Likeness Looter. A wedding announcement. How do we avoid death? So this gets to loot. It can turn. We need more removal somehow. A lot of our adventures are removal, but we are currently lacking removal. Let's play Heartflame Duelist. Play Wedding Announcement. Make a dork pass the turn. What are your early thoughts on Eldraine? Hey, what's up, Paladin? How are you? Early thoughts on Eldraine is the set's got some really cool cards. It's always tough to make any super big judgments based on early access day, just because it's early access day. People are trying different things, like everyone playing fairies apparently. It's hard to make any super sweeping judgments about early access day, but my first impression is there's a lot of cool cards. There's some really synergistic stuff. How it compares to the best decks in the format, that remains to be seen. Thoughts on running Blast Zone to deal with fairies? Yeah, I didn't really build my deck with fairies in mind. I think I underestimated just how ridiculously popular this tribe apparently is, because literally everyone is playing fairies. Like, it's kind of blowing my mind just how many people are playing fairies. Are we doing this? We're probably doing this. Yeah, let's Tameo Safekeeping with Lifelink. So yeah, I didn't really tech for fairies, but maybe I should have. I should have assumed that everyone's going to be playing it, apparently. Well, okay. Get rid of the Dream Theft. Take you to 19. Do we just play Kellen? Is there any way we win this race? Play another Kellen. We really need removal. That's the biggest thing we need. We are at 14, so we're not dead. All right, there's a Spell Stutter. At least Tomer's running out of cards. And we're not... Ooh, Questing Druid's good. That's good. That can find us removal. Dogameth with the gift sub to Budget. Is Tomer stream sniping? He might be stream sniping. Tomer. That looks kind of cool, to be honest. We'll get to play it on Saturday pre-release, hoping for some decent pulls. I bet Limited will be really sweet. I tend to like limited formats that have... that have the specials sheet, like the Enchanted Tales or Retro Artifacts. Are you all sleeper agents? Are you telling Tomer what's in my hand? Wait, why is this triggering so many times? Oh, okay, down to 10. Oh, where's our turtle? We're so bad at drawing turtles. So, let's see. 1, 2. Seek the beast. Literally seeking the turtle. That is the beast we're seeking. Multiple lands. Well, in that case, Draconic, I guess we're playing defense now. Draconic Destiny. Bivouac. No attacks. Whew, all right, save us Heartflame Duelist. Heartflame feels good. Was just watching LSV do some draft. Seems like a fun limited environment. Yeah, we'll have to try one at some point. I mean, we're not going to draft tonight, but at some point we're definitely going to do a draft. Tomer's like 10 seconds ahead of you, so it's confusing trying to watch you both. Maybe there's a delay. Unintentionally. Well, okay. The Tamiyo safekeeping might keep us alive here. Opponent combat attacks. Fairy Vandal triggers. Yep. Wait, why is... Oh, it double triggers. Is Fairy Vandal actually good? Fairy Vandal might actually be good. It's like going off with this Tillion's Messenger. Yeah, we haven't not drawn removal, which is making it tough. Oh, is this another Thoughtseize? Maybe, I don't know, maybe fairies are actually good. Pyro Flamer, welcome to the Fishbowl. Thank you so much for your subscription. Big soup for you. Thank you. Well, we're going to need a top deck or we are dead. The turtle doesn't even do it now because we put our enchantment on there. We just could not find the turtle this game. We're going to top deck it right here, I bet. Llanowar Loam Speaker. Yep. All right. Fair enough. Fairies will be good in lower end. I'm really skeptic. I don't know. I feel like fairies is something that... I don't know why. Why are fairies so popular? I haven't figured that out. Why are fairies so popular today? Between your Rot Priest, Ivy Toxic combo deck, and your one poison counter good game, blue-black control deck, which do you think performed better? And does Elusive Otter push Rot Priest over the top? Whew. That's a good question. So I think the control deck is better overall, but we got a bunch of trolls this game. I think the control deck is better overall, but I think that the Rot Priest deck is way more explosive. It's just inconsistent. I don't know how much Otter does for the Rot Priest deck. Like, I think it's fine. I think it's a fine addition to the Rot Priest deck, but I don't know, like, all right, opponent's getting a bit cheeky. I think it's a fine addition. The big problem though with the Rot Priest deck is just how do you get it to stay on the battlefield? Like, you got to find it, you got to keep it on the battlefield, and I'm not sure Otter solves that. Huh? Is this actually a mouse? Are you playing a mouse deck? Is this... Our opponent's actually a mouse deck. Okay, if our turtles cannot beat a mouse deck, then I don't even know what we're doing. Can we hit a land? Turtle. Blossoming Tortoise. No land. Tortoise. Why don't I love fairies? I mean, I don't not love fairies. It's a rat to go with the mice. It's a rat to go with the mice. Oh, this is... I actually think this is kind of cool. They're definitely are. It does kind of seem like they're trying to go after the Disney crowd, aren't they? Are they feeling threatened by Lorcana? Maybe WotC's feeling threatened by Lorcana. Let's just keep playing turtles. Sooner or later, we're gonna mill a land, right? Okay, there's a land. So get back a land, and then we can attack with the turtle. Mill some cards. Get back another land. Opponent, would you like to block our turtle? If they block with Lord Skitter, that's fine. This might be our chance. Turtle's kind of actually snowballing now. Lorcana's actually pretty good. It really jumping? Huh, okay. That's fine. Is Lorcana pretty good? So the thing I've heard from people is that Lorcana is really easy to pick up, and it's really fun. But I've heard some people question how replayable it is. But maybe that's just like a result of it being such a new game, and there's just like not a bunch of sets yet. So that might actually be part of it. Oh, I had this question that came into my head today, chat. What do you think would win, a Magic deck or a Hearthstone deck. Like, if you just took a top-tier Hearthstone deck, put it against a top-tier Magic deck, what would come out on top? Oh, we might be able to combo this game. There's the creature land. That's good. Well, I mean, we're going to keep attacking with turtles. Attack, attack. Mill, mill. Well, there goes a Kellen. Wait, why are we not... Okay. Get back a land. Opponent. Can you take a look at my mono red landfall deck? I would love to. Let's play Wedding Announcement. Let's play Llanowar Loam Speaker. Bivouac. Pass the turn, draw a card. Another Bivouac. Oh, we're close. We're actually close. I don't know if we're going to get there or not, but we are close. Mice. Mice and rats. Is this card good? 3 mana 2/2. Sure. 3 mana 2/2. At the beginning of combat in your turn, if 2 or more non-land permanents enter the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 count. Our opponent is definitely committed to the theme. Although, are rats and mice friends? I thought they were like enemies. If you ever watched, what's the Disney movie with the mice that come to America? Do you know a movie I mean? I thought the rats were the bad guys. I thought that's how it worked. Opponent. Fightful, yeah, Fightful. Aren't the rats the bad guys? Stuart Little. I have seen Stuart Little too, I think. Watership Down. I haven't seen that one. Fightful Goes West. Yeah. I'm pretty sure the rats were the evil in that movie. Okay. Heartflame Duelist. Well, play a Ganjo. So close and yet so far. Questing Druid. Wedding Announcement. Heart Slash on Skitter. And can we even keep attacking? We're like milling our deck here. Where are all of our enchantments? I guess all of our stuff's just getting eaten by these silly rats. Let's get them with one turtle. And whiff. All right. Yeah, I think Heartflame's really good. I think Heartflame is a card that's impressed me. Really, like, so far, I haven't got to play, like, a ton of adventures, but so far, all the adventures have felt really good. Opponent. Yeah, rats are always the bad guys. Although, actually, my little sister just got rats as pets. The idea of having rats as pets, I don't know, when I think of rats, I think of, like, wasn't it rats that, like, brought the plague around the world and stuff? They seem like weird animals to have as pets, but apparently they can actually be really good pets, I guess, if you're into that kind of thing. I know, these rats are, like, they look kind of friendly. Well, not Blight Belly Rat, but, or Chromonix, like, okay, yeah. The tokens, though. The tokens look more like mice to me. Attack, attack. Don't we just get to block and block? I'm very confused about how our opponent's going about playing this game. I mean, they've definitely played a lot of rats. Can we just find the combo? We're so close. Questing Druid. Well, play a Werefox Bodyguard. Snipe a Skitter. Play a Bivouac. Go to combat. Attack with our turtles. Mill some cards. Get a land. Oh, we're milling our Draconic Destinies. Get a land. I don't know if we're actually going to find... Do we mill all of them? Do we mill all of our combo pieces? Opponent blocks and blocks. Alright. We have to keep at least one turtle around, or all of this is for nothing. Okay, draw 2 cards. 14 cards in the deck. Wedding Announcement, Werefox Bodyguard. Draconic Destiny. They're all in the graveyard, aren't they? There's one. I think there's one left. There's one left. There's one. We need a Calendar Draconic Destiny. We actually pull off the combo. Yeah, Werefox I think is also good. Okay. So, untap. Loam's, well, Questing Druid. And also Questing Druid. And also Questing Druid. And also Heartflame Duelist. Get a few triggers. I mean, I think we end up winning this game. We're just not going to win it in the way that we were hoping, which is disappointing. Attack with the tokens. We're trying to make infinite power. We need to find... we need to find a Draconic Destiny. That is what we're missing here. That's the one piece we're missing. Oh my god, we did it. We did it. I mean, our opponent's dead in like a million different ways, but we did finally actually truly find it. 10 cards left in the deck. About it. Cravatics returns to draw some rats. Okay, we pulled it off. We pulled it off. I mean, this deck... So, I think my takeaway for this deck is... I don't know how good the combo is, but I feel like that doesn't really matter. Because, yeah, you can make a bunch of rats, opponent. Hopefully we don't regret giving our opponent a bunch of rats. Like, I don't know how good the combo is, but the shell doesn't feel bad. Or maybe it's just because we're playing against rats. We are about to see the combo right here, unless our opponent scoops. So we have Blossoming Tortoise. Reduces the cost of activated abilities on lands we control by 1. So we untap. We fire up this Mishra's Foundry for 1 mana thanks to Turtle. Then we put Draconic Destiny, and here's the combo. Draconic Destiny, enchanted creature gets +1/+1, flying, haste, and you can pay 1 mana. Did we just get auto-tapped? After all that? Why? Why would it... Why out of all the lands? We have so many lands. Actually, wait, can we save this? We might be able to save this. Okay, Werefox Bodyguard. I think we can save it. I have no idea why you're going to tap that. So if we exile our own Mishra's Foundry... Oh, it's gotta die. Oh, we can't save it. All right. Well, I guess we'll just kill ya. I can't believe that Arena, out of all the lands, would tap the only one that actually mattered. Auto tapper. So, okay, I was explaining the combo. We actually did the whole combo. The last piece that we didn't get to see because it tapped our land is. With the turtle out, it's 0 mana to activate the pump ability. So basically, you get an infinitely powerful flying hasty creature. So if your opponent doesn't have a flying blocker or removal spell, you just kill him on the spot, swing in, get him. Do we have to? Yeah, I mean, I guess getting racked does make for a good clip. What do you think, Jess? Is that close enough, or should we keep going to see the combo? Should we switch to the next deck, or do we keep going? It is a cool deck. Let's do one more. And then we'll switch. What deck are we playing next, chat? We'll do one more and see. I mean, we're not just going to play this all night. Like, I don't know. I think that was our chance against rats and mice. What do you want to see next? I know I kind of want to try Rocco Food Fight at some point. I don't know if that's actually good, but I want to try Rocco Food Fight. Because Rocco's a funny card. Agatha. I hear some votes for Agatha. Yeah, Cauldron's in a few different decks. Cauldron's in the counter deck. It's in the Agatha deck. I think that it might actually just be a good card. Yeah, Early Access Day. Well, this is a very adventurous hand. Early Access Day standard only. So we are limited to just standard. Standard and limited. Yeah, we can do some more adventure decks. Ooh, Iron Crag. I feel like Iron Crag's actually really good. Like, even better than people realize. I think it's actually just a very strong card. Like, we might just get wrecked here by, like, bargain out a Shieldred or something. Graveyard Trespasser. Aw, is this someone playing just an old school black deck? Well, okay. Bivouac. Loam Speaker. Go. It is hard to watch any stream in the EU. Yeah, it gets pretty late over there, right? Opponent. All the Graveyard Trespassers. I feel like I've seen these cards before. I mean, at least there's some new cards in the deck, which I guess is good. That's something. At least there's some new cards. You better hit a land, Turtle. You better hit a land. Not a land, not a land. Okay. We got one. We got the Copperline Gorge. I feel like Sultai Graveyard got a lot of good pieces. Yeah, there's a token deck with bunny corns in it. What list, gaming? But yeah, sure. I didn't see the list, so yeah, please send it to me. Hey, what's up, Magikarp? Yo, Seth, today's miserable for me, but don't worry. I'm sure Eldraine's been fun. Oh, what's the matter, Mega Magikarp? Or I don't know, maybe this is not the forum to discuss it, but I hope your day goes better either way. Own it. Ashiok. I mean, so the Iron Crag is unkillable ramp at 2 mana. We don't even get ramp at 2 mana in standard. Like, I guess we get mana dorks at 2 mana in standard, but we don't really even get ramp at 2 mana in standard. And this is unkillable. It's an artifact. Like, it's not gonna die to all the creature removal that's running around. So it just is like essentially a guaranteed way to have turn 3 Shieldred, and it also is something that you can bargain off of. So that's a additional upside. You know, there's a Virtue. Thankfully, there's not currently many creatures in the graveyard, but I guess that's about to change. Yeah, I don't know if we can beat this Virtue. I guess we need to, like, find the combo. That might actually be our game plan here. So we drop to 6. Wait, can we combo this turn? Do we have enough mana? Oh, now we gotta count. So this is 1 to activate, 1, 2. Wait, do we win? Do we win? Am I doing this wrong? So if we Kellen is 2 mana. Kellen's 2 mana. The enchantment's 3 mana. This is 1 mana. Oh, I think we did it. I think we're taking down Mono Black. All right, Kellen, Birthright Boon. Tutor us up a Draconic Destiny. Let's see if we can do this without Arena screwing us over. Mishra's Foundry becomes a creature. Draconic Destiny. No, Arena. Why does it want to tap our Mishra's Foundry whenever we do this? Haha, okay. Yes, for free. Pump it. Turtle reducing the cost. 5 power, 6 power. Do this until you die. And that's the combo. Wait, maybe this is good. Is this actually good? Did we break it? Did we break it? So I think what the auto tapper is doing, I think I can make sense of it. Are we going to time out trying to do this? Oh, the clock doesn't really like this. Good game about it. 16, 17, 18, 19. And then the turtle is 3. Go to combat. I think why Arena's doing it, it actually kind of makes sense. I don't think it's tapping colorless first. I think that Arena's programmed to not want you to put an aura on a land, because like 99% of the time you don't want to do that, because at the end of turn it's gonna fall off when the land goes back into creature form. So I bet that's what it is. I bet Arena is trying not to have you put it on the land by tapping the land to discourage you from doing that. But in this case you actually want to do it, and that's the combo kill out of the blue with the turtle. That was actually pretty good. Maybe Turtle's actually good. It might actually be good. I mean, are we 3-0 with this deck? Have we not lost? Yeah, there's multiple new combos in Standard. There's an infinite mana combo now. There's this one more. We gotta die. We gotta actually lose before we switch. Didn't we lose to Tomer? That doesn't count though, because that's Tomer. Tomer doesn't go on the record. Shh. Who? Who are you talking about? Anyone with the username of Dr. Anime doesn't count. All right. So wait, did we decide what deck we're playing next? This is our last. I'm kidding. He did get us. Mono red landfall. Yeah. Let me see. Autism. Did we decide what we're playing next? Selesnya, eh? Well, let's just Birthright Moon. Grab our Draconic Destiny, in case we ever find the turtle to go with it. Orzhov rolls, Agatha, Jund Adventures. I know. We're switching. We won't keep going this long, I promise. I guess we probably should have ended with the combo kill, right? Go out on top. Ooh. Opponent's playing some green-white tokens by the looks. Wedding Announcement still a good card. That much is clear. We might be able to get the old 2-for-1 with the Werefox Bodyguard here, though. That's our hope about it. Thinking of attacking. Going to combat. Do you play around a Werefox bot? What? Well, I guess we still can try to get a 2-for-1. They played around a Werefox Bodyguard. I am impressed. Early access day, already playing around the Werefox Bodyguards. Rot Priest Otter. I don't even have a Rot Priest Otter deck list, but if it's something people want to see... Ooh, wait, that doesn't work. Oh, you're going to put it... It's non-Fox creatures, so they can't exile our Werefox, but I guess they can exile their own thing. Heart Flame Duelist, which is still, like, there is still value of exiling your own thing, I guess. Let's just play Kellen. The one thing I also like about this deck is I think Kellen Draconic Destiny is just, that by itself is a lot of damage. It's a pretty good backup plan. Like, it's hitting for at least 6, and then once it starts pumping, that's actually just, like, a lot of damage. Another Wedding Announcement. Opponent passing. Well, I think we're all in on this Kellen. Can this Kellen steal us this win? Mishra's Foundry, Draconic Destiny, the Kellen. Go to combat. Attack ya. Pump it. Hit you for 8. Maybe Kellen's actually a good card. I was thinking that Kellen would be a good commander card, but maybe it's actually good. This deck has felt better than I thought. Let me just say that. All around it has felt better than I thought. Ah, yes. We even have a Harmonicon deck for tonight. We will probably be Harmoniconing in the near future. Wow, opponent pumps and pumps. Are we dead? That's the new question. Holy mother. What a hand. That is the least likely thing I've ever seen. That is... Okay. Yeah, I guess you did it, opponent. Yeah, I mean, Paladin Shield Hairtron. Apparently a pretty good Tron. Yeah. I mean, 2 life doesn't matter, though. Like, that's 8, 16, 20. We block here. We go up to 20. 8, 16, 20, 23. Wait, am I missing something? Like, we take 2 of these. 8, 16. That's 4. That's 20. That's 3 more. That's 23. I'm pretty sure we don't got it. All right, next deck. Mono Red Landfall. The Mono Red Landfall deck looks super fun gaming. I think Trago is a neat commander. The rock thing is neat, and Mono Red's a very cool landfall color. You wouldn't think of red being a landfall color, but that looks really fun. It looks like a really fun commander deck. I like it. Those rabbits are quite strong. I don't know if I think they're strong or not. Like, they worked out for our opponent that game. But they were like, even if they had 2 rabbits, they were dead there. Or if we had a single 1/1 token, they were like, there are so many ways it doesn't work out because it doesn't give trample or anything. Like there's no trample or anything. So I think it's okay. But I think it's actually like kind of medium. It's not a card I'm especially excited for. Wait, so what deck are we playing next, chat? 99 land deck. What's the commander of your 99 land deck? Ragavan? Ragavan 99 Mountains? Oh, Hilda. I mean, we can try the viewer submitted Hilda deck. I am skeptical if Hilda actually. So I will say I tried a couple games with Hilda earlier, and it felt like it's just really impossible to get it to stay on the battlefield. The problem you have is you need Hilda, and then you need a bunch of mana, and then you need things to tap creatures. So there's a lot that goes into it. Rolls deck. Oh, we have so many. Okay, so Rolls Adventures Rocco has been asked for. Also Shieldrids, although I don't know if we can actually play all Shieldrids tonight. Ooh, Ashley the Pilgrim, that's sweet. All right, let's try a roll deck. So this is an Abzan roll deck. If you don't know rolls, I mean, basically they're a bunch of things that put enchantments on things when they enter the battlefield. So I think we want more Lord Skitter's Blessing, though. I think that card's actually pretty good. I think the question for the roll deck is, like, what's the balance of payoffs? Like, so you have 3 big payoffs, potentially. Archon of Wild Rose makes all your things with auras into 4/4s. Tale for the Ages gives all your enchanted creatures +2/+2. And then Ariat, like, kind of drains. I actually think Ariat might be the weakest of the payoffs. So I think we might actually trim a couple Ariats here. And we'll see how good Cooped Up is as a removal spell. In theory, Cooped Up is good with Ariat, but if we're not like super deep on Ariat, then it gets a little bit clunkier. But we can try some rolling. Let's try some rolling. Brutes is rolls. Let me look at the Brutes deck. Naya Brutes. Viewer submitted Naya Brutes. What does this deck look like? Well, I guess it is kind of rolly, isn't it? It's got Spellbook Vendor. And then I guess Become Brutes technically makes a roll. I like the idea of some of the synergies that are going on with like the Rite of Harmony with rolls is pretty interesting in the late game. Yeah, maybe this is very like Aggro-y pump spell roll deck. Maybe we give that one a try too. I like Area as a prison card. Yeah, I don't know how good Area is in a deck like this. Like, I think Area, it can definitely just like drain your opponent out of the game. But is like draining for 2 or 3 a turn, is that enough? Is that enough to make it worthwhile? Like, here it's going to drain for 0. Next turn it's going to drain for 1 if it sticks around. Is that enough to make it worth it? I guess instead of Troll, we could go like Lord Skitter's Blessing, Tale for the Ages next turn. And just go Ariat aggro. Oh, our opponent's giving us rolls. Oh, our opponent's playing a Hilda deck, aren't they? Well, opponent, I have some bad news for you. We also kind of want enchanted creatures. Do we just play Lord Skitter's Blessing? Let's do that. Lord Skitter's Blessing. Replace your roll. Wait, you can have 2 rolls? I was under the impression you could only have 1 roll on a creature. Why do we have... Oh, is it 1 roll from each player? Oh, I didn't realize that. Interesting. Okay, so they can have a roll and we can have a roll. Okay, that's a little different than I thought. Yeah, opponent's definitely Hildaing. These are all cards that you would play with Hilda. Well, we get to start drawing with our 2 mana. With our 2 mana Phyrexian Arena. Well, play the Troll, play the Shattered Sanctum, Spiteful Hag's Mage. One thing about the roll deck, I think, is That's going to be tapped down forever anyway. Actually, no, that doesn't make sense. Let's do it this way. One thing about the roll deck is the creatures, thanks to a Tale for the Ages, they get big so quick. Like, it gets out of control. Like, our opponent's super dead next turn, right? If we play this Archon, they're just, like, super duper dead. About it. Going to continue to tap our things. And I'm going to continue to tap our things. Well, okay, we're going to try to kill you. Tale for the Ages. Land. Archon of Wild Rose. And, yeah, that's a bit of damage. That's a bit of damage. Whoa! That was pretty... I mean, so our opponent was just, like, tapping our stuff. But you can see how beefy this stuff gets when you start putting rolls on them. Like, it really rolls, I guess. It really snowballs out of control pretty quickly. Did we break? See, that was on you, Barbs. I didn't say it this time. Mono Green Stompy with the 6-year resub. Welcome to the Fishbowl. Thank you so much for your subscription. Big super video. Thank you. Does this deck bunny? This deck does not have bunny. I don't think that bunny is... Oh, this sounds clunky. We need a 1-drop to go with our Lord Skitter's Blessings. I think we're going to keep it. We might regret keeping it. Lord Skitter's Blessing is a 2-mana... Right now we'd have an 8-8 bunny. That's true, but we had a 8-8 whatever the 1-drop is. Spiteful Hexmage or... Like, I don't know if bunny's necessary in this deck just because it's not... Oh, that's the 1-drop. That is the perfect draw. I don't know if bunny's necessary in this deck just because it doesn't really synergize, right? It doesn't make an enchantment. It doesn't... support Lord Skitter's Blessing. Maybe it's still worth it. Like, I could see it getting big. Like, it is nice that it gets big, but I don't know. Maybe it's worth it. We'll try a bunny deck. I think that bunny is one of the most interesting cards in the deck. Do we really need green? Isn't being 2-color more consistent with the mana? Mana's, like, pretty good in Standard right now. I don't think that, I mean, so you don't need to be in green, but I don't know if the cost is that high, honestly, to splash a little green. Please live, Hexmage. Ooh, Weaver of Harmony, okay. Weaver of Harmony, okay. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. All right, well, our opponent has not realized that Wilds of Eldraine has released... They're still playing March of the Machine Standard over there. I feel bad dumping my hand in a deck with Panharmonicon. Yeah, so we're just dead. Yeah, all right. So, well, I don't know. Does this deck actually get anything? We didn't see anything new out of our opponent's enchantment deck there. Is there anything new that would go into the enchantment deck? I guess maybe you could try to play rolls in the deck? Huh. The Brutes deck spat out 2 8-8 Trample Bunnies turn 3. That sounds pretty impressive. We'll have to try that. We'll have to try the Brutes deck, Shadow. We'll have to try it. That sounds pretty impressive. How is that even possible? I'm trying to think of how does that even happen? Did that actually happen on turn 3? I could say like turn 4, maybe. I guess. So you have to play a bunny and play. Oh, I guess if you like. There's no 1-drop. So I imagine. I don't know, but we'll try it. We'll try your Brutes deck. I'll tell you that. We'll try that next, since we're in the roll stage of things anyway. I feel bad dumping my hand in the deck with the Panharmonicon out with Thassa or Teleportation Circle. Do we play Spiteful Hexmage here? We could go Tapland 2. You know what? That's probably better. Let's just play the Tapland. I feel bad dumping my hand with a deck with Panharmonicon, but with Thassa or Teleportation Circle version, I feel way better about playing out my Spirited Companions and Prosperous Innkeepers first, getting caught with the same fallacy people who hate getting milled. Should I just run stuff out in a Panharmonicon deck? I mean, so I think it's... it's worth considering. I think it's worth thinking about. I don't think you always want to just run stuff out, but I think that is a trap to... I think it is a trap to hold on to stuff all the time. Like, if on turn 2 you can play Spirited Companion, and instead you're like, oh, I'm not going to because on turn 4 or turn 5 I'm going to get down to Panharmonicon, that's probably not worth it. I would lean towards that not being worth it. On the other hand, if you got a Spirited Companion in hand, and like the next turn you're going to play Panharmonicon, and you're stable on board, then I think there's a pretty good argument for... holding on to it and waiting until you can double up the value. So I think it's like situational, really. Oh, Battle Mouse. How is Battle Mouse felt? Is Battle Mouse actually good? Let's get down the Spellbook vendor. Do a little vending. Put a roll on the vendor. Lord Skinner. We're gonna keep Lord Skinner's Blessing. Drawing extra cards does sound pretty good. Hey Seth, is this alchemy technically? If so, there's a 2-card combo with Peregrine Took and a card that makes a rat whenever you sack a food. Not alchemy, it's just standard, although I did see that combo. You need the rat that makes a food, you need Peregrine Took, and then you need like an artifact sack outlet, right? Hey, what's up, nobody you know? How are you? Good to see you, Yeah, Sand's not bad. Sand's actually pretty good. Let's Lord Skitter's Blessing. Grow the Slumber and Keep card. I think Slumber and Keep card might actually be a good card. I think this is one of those cards that people might overlook because it's just a common, but the scrying is actually very valuable. And this deck really wants 1-drops because they synergize with Lord Skitter's Blessing. So I think that what roll is this? This is the scry roll. This gives hexproof. All right, we're going to decline. We're just going to leave up royal treatment. Let's scry. If we need a land for next turn, cooped up to the bottom. If we need a land for next turn, we're kind of off to the races with this Archon. Archon comes down and just sending everything to the air is kind of ridiculous. Peregrine Took has built-in food sack. But you need to sack the creature, right? And what is the name of the card? The Jumpstart card. Let's look at the combo. Yeah, I remember seeing that and thinking, oh, that could be a thing for Modern, but I didn't consider that was actually on Arena. It could be a historic thing. Volt Surge, yeah. I mean, I think we probably want our Spellbook vendor to live. Haha! And we get to scry, and we find the land, and that probably does it. This Archon coming down is really bad news for our opponent. So we draw 2 cards. Caves of Koilos, Lord Skitter's Blessing. I mean, we could keep drawing cards, but instead, let's play Archon. Let's make our things huge, and, you know what? I guess we kill the Chandra. We might as well. Oh, maybe our roll is actually a good deck. So far, the decks we've played have actually felt surprisingly good. Leon Stew, welcome to the Fishbowl. Thank you so much for your subscription. Big super for you. Thank you. I had Battle Mouse pegged as like one of the worst cards from the set, but maybe it's a little better than I gave it credit for. Can we get one more Archon? No. All right. Well, in that case, let's just play an Ariat. Ariat'll have to do. With Ariat, we don't even really need to attack them. We're just going to, like, Gray Merchant them every turn. Lord Skitter's Blessing, number 2. Put it on the Ariat. And, all right. And another Archon. Do you think these decks can compete with full standard? Like, outside of early access day, when everyone's shielding and farewelling, do you think these decks feel really good right now? Do you think they can keep up with the actual format? That's the question. Oni-Call Anvil, number 2. Yeah, I can see the comparison to Soldiers. You can be aggro, but you can still play the long game, which is a good place to be. Opponent passes. We get to draw 3 Magic the Gathering cards. And, well, opponent's empty-handed. All right. How about Archon? Number 2. And 15 in the air. Well, I guess we get to put a roll on our Archon, too, just for funsies. Oh my goodness, we are rolling them. We're rolling them. Ariat does seem like a fun commander. One of the things I like about Ariat is there's multiple ways you can build it. Like, you can build it at, like, this is like, I'm going to put auras on my stuff and try to kill you. You can all... Yes, I did enjoy that match. You can also build it as, like a prison deck, where you're just trying to pacify all your opponent's creatures and protect Ariat. So I like the flexibility of it. I will say, let's do one more with this deck, and then we'll try the viewer rabbit battle deck. I will say that Ariat has felt like one of the weaker cards in the roll deck to me. I don't think it's bad, but I think it might be more of like a one of or something rather than a four of. Let's play some sealed. I think so. We'll do some limited at some point in the future, but I think for tonight we will. We're gonna be focused on sweet new standard brews, seeing what cool things we can do with the new cards in standard. Haven't had a grindy game yet with her. Yeah, that is true. Still waiting on fairies. Yeah, we haven't played against fairies. Well, we played against Tomra on fairies, so we've only played against fairies once, which is honestly good. Yeah, let's do it this way. Let's leave up the royal treatment. Spiteful Hexmage is a lot better than I thought it was. So when I read Spiteful Hexmage, I thought, okay, it's essentially a 1-mana 1/1 because you gotta curse roll it. I didn't really think through how if you're playing in a roll deck, you're gonna have all these other cards like Lord Skiddard's Blessings and Royal Treatment and so forth that just legend rule away the roll and give you the better roll. So that actually makes it really strong. Like here, you're like, sure, it's 1-mana 1/1, but then we play the Lord Skidder's Blessing, put on a better roll, and now all of a sudden it's a 1-mana 4/3 that also deals the damage when it dies and is turning on our Lord Skidder's Blessing. So I think it's actually like an underrated card. Yeah, Cauldron's coming. People have asked about Cauldron. We're gonna be Cauldroning soon. I will be curious. Fairies. We've played against a lot of fairies. We haven't played against them since much since we started streaming, but we've played against fairies a lot. I kind of feel like fairies. I feel like fairies are better than I thought, but I'm still not sure how they compare to like just the tier Dimir deck in standard. That's what I'm not sure of, but they have seemed better than I expected. Like, they're pretty synergistic. The spells you get in the fairy deck are actually really good, and you get a lot of sneaky synergy, so it's better than I expected it to be. Bramble Familiar, sure. Alright. Well, let's draw a card. Troll and Conceited Witch. Well, I mean, I think we're just... At this point, it kind of seems like we're just trying to snowball this Hexmage, and it might actually work. Opponent. Ooh, down to 6. And then next turn, we can play the Archon and fly in for lethal. Opponent. Plaza Heroes. Can you stop the Spiteful Hexmage? Yeah, it's actually kind of ridiculous in a roll deck. I think if you're playing like mono black or something, it's probably not good. But if you're playing in a deck that can... Ooh, okay, well, spin it to win it. Technically, that doesn't stop the Hexmage kill. Do they hit a flyer? Iron Crag and Fanesbane Troll. Okay. I don't think that does it. I think Archon's gonna get there. Opponent. Iron Crag number 2. Fanesbane Troll gets the roll. And passes. But we have Archon. Our opponent does not have a flyer, right? A functional flyer. Archon of the Wild Rose. Send it to the air. And Spiteful Hexmage goes all the way. Hey, what's up, Sharkbog? How are you? I think they needed to activate the troll there. Okay, so rolls actually just feel like really powerful. Hey, what's up, Daniel? How are you? Hey, see you, McFluffy. Is there anything crazy for Selesny enchantments? Yeah, so rolls feel pretty good. Let's try the viewer roll deck. I'm actually curious. This deck looks odd to me. This is very different than the roll deck we were just playing. This is like a pump spell roll deck that seems like it can be very explosive. It's also playing like Raging Battle Mouse, which is not a card that I expected to be playable. So this deck, this is our first viewer deck. So this deck, Regal Bunnycorn. People were asking about the Bunnycorn. It's got a bunch of spells that make rolls, like Become Brutes. 2-mana sorcery, 1 or 2 target creatures, each gain haste. For each of those creatures, you create a monster roll attached to it, or Monstrous Rage. 1 mana instant, target creature gets +2/+0, put a monster roll on it. So this deck is kind of like a bunny Voltron deck, where you're trying to like make some rolls, get a bunny, trample up the bunny, haste up the bunny, smash the opponent to death with Regal Bunnycorn. Bunny time. Yeah, they needed to activate the troll during their turn, but couldn't they have activated it during their turn? Like, it wouldn't have worked for them because we had the protection spell, but if they did activate it during their turn, they could have at least tried. Or I guess, no, that wouldn't have worked, right? Because they would have to sack the enchantment, so I guess it actually wouldn't have worked. Bunny time. The bunny, he's here. Is Regal Bunnycorn a good card? I'm very torn. I'm excited to try it, because I'm very torn on this card. I'm not sure if being a, like, 2 mana, 6/6, 8/8, 10/10, like, does that mean it's good? Or does the fact that it's just, like, a vanilla creature that gets jump blocked mean it's bad? I'm really not sure. Oh, Delver. Okay. Well. Also, Raging Battle Mouse. I don't know about this card. Raging Battle Mouse. Your second spell costs 1 less. At the beginning of on your turn, if 2 more non-land permanents enter the battlefield under your control, target creature you control gets +1/+1. It doesn't read like an especially strong card to me. Maybe it's stronger than it looks. Raging Battle Mouse to me looks like it's not very good though. Opponent. We'll see if we can pull it off. We can see, this is our first viewer deck of it. Wow, it's a lot of Delvers. Oh god. If our opponent ever flips a Delver, we're in serious trouble. Ugh, missing land drops here is pretty not ideal. Ugh. So, well, I guess we just play a Spellbook Vendor and hope the Delvers don't flip. I do think Godric is really good. I think Godric might even be... Oh, all right. GG. Yeah. You got us. Galvanic Iteration, consider. Sure. I have no idea what our opponent's doing over there, but it kind of worked. The thing about this is it's kind of really a 3-drop. It reads like a 2-drop. Yeah, sometimes your opponent... we can play a bunny as we die. See, bunny doesn't look very good here. So this is like 2 mana 3/3. Hopefully bunny's better than that, because that didn't look very good. Yeah, Delvertron with the flip. Hey Seth, I'm a fairly new player, but I'm having a blast playing your black-white Lingering Souls decks from a few months back. Curious if there's any cards that should add from the new set or Lord of the Rings. Do I need an answer to the ring? So, not answering the ring is probably fine. I will say, Fragment Reality is a card that has went way up in value, I think, for me in my sideboards. Fragment Reality, is just a nice catch-all answer that gets the ring and a bunch of other stuff. So I'd probably add that to the sideboard. The big addition, Shadow Summonings? There's a Lord of the Rings card that's a 2-mana Orzhov sorcery that makes 2 1/1 spirits with flying. That card is really, really good for the deck. Like, that is by far the biggest addition. That can go in over one of the 2-mana token producers that doesn't make flyers. So that's the easiest, most obvious upgrade. Raging Battle Mouse. So if we Godric's probably better next turn. Monstrous Roll. Well, let's play a land. Oh, our opponent's also Raging Battle Micing. Yeah, let's just play another Spellbook Vendor. Go to combat. Put a roll on the vendor. Get in, hit ya. Do a little scrying. Land to the bottom. Where's our bunny? Where's our bunny? Got her to work a little early. What are we playing? Right now we are trying a viewer roll Regal Bunny Corn deck. Ooh, faces sure. Ugh, alright. Brutal Cathar. Sure. Well, that's awkward. No bunny. Well, let's just Godric. I mean, this is still a lot of damage, right? So we go to combat. We can pay the 1. Grow the Spellbook Vendor. Grow the Godric. Yeah, Godric's kind of ridiculous. Godric's just getting down for 4 in the air and it can pump. This card's probably underrated. Hey Seth, what do you think about green-white artifacts in Standard? Now the Elvish Archivist, Tough Cookie, Sir Ginger being available in packages with Teething Wormlet, Patchwork Automation, and Simian Simulacrum. I actually have a deck that looks very much like that. Elvish Archivist didn't make my deck, but otherwise, I essentially have a deck that is essentially all those cards together. We haven't played it yet. But we will. How aggressive does our opponent get? I feel like these rolls might steal us this win. Monster roll gives trample, right? So we can Rite of Harmony, do a little rolling. This is gonna fly. Oh, do we actually get lethal out of it though? Maybe we don't get lethal. This is actually very close. Yeah, celebration animation's kind of sweet. Opponent. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That is a lot of damage. Down to 4. Bad news for our opponent, though, is we play this. Do we even Rite of Harmony? Do we just win? So become brutes. This is lethal, right? So become brutes. Go to combat. Decline. Attack. Opponent blocks. And then Monstrous Rage is Xaxes. Oh. Okay, that was pretty good. Got him. Yeah, that was pretty good. We haven't played Food Fight yet. That's also on the list. There's so many cool things to try out. So many things. Hey, what's up, Daddy Floss? How are you? Would you be interested in a Teamer Prowess deck? Yeah, I'd love to see your Teamer Prowess lists off Cotton. I built one as well, but I'd love to see how yours looks. Well, Raging Battle Mice. We're just not drawing the bunny corn. No bunny corn. Hey, what's up, Name? How are you? Good to see ya. Well, Copperline George, go. What do you think about Song of Taunzan? Is this card good? The rats can't block, which is awkward. But it does, like, make a lot of hasty bodies. Why do they call it Food Fight? I mean, I think the idea of the card is that you're sacking food. So it's kind of a meme reference to the fact that you're sacking food. Missing land drops. All right, well, Battle Mouse returns. And to make disappear. How many lands are we playing in this deck? Feel like this is our second. It's the second game we've kind of got. Oh, it's playing 24 lands. Yeah, that's a good number. We just cannot. We just can't draw them. Yeah, this is looking bad. I feel like this is the deck that we really need to do things early in the game. Because we kind of max out at, like, Godric. Like, that's probably our strongest card. So there's no way we're going to keep up late game with with other decks, so we really got to be doing things early. Ooh, turtle power, eh? Opponent gonna do some ramping with the turtle. Hey, what's up, Winzo? Wilds of Eldraine's been fun so far. It has been. There's a lot of really cool things going on. Early access day is always super sweet because you're playing against mostly other people who are trying to do cool things. So what a depressing, what a depressing mouse-filled game. The turn 7 play a 2-1. Yeah, Raging Battle Mouse doesn't really impress me. Not sold on Raging Battle Mouse being good. Like, it's best case, you gotta cast 2 things and it's a 3-2. I guess that's, like, okay. But even then, it's not like Godric excites me. Godric, like, you do the thing and that's, like, a legit clock. Raging Battle Mouse, it's like, oh, I'm, like, kinda okay. Like, I'm not the worst thing ever if you, if you cast 2 things in a turn. The deck needs more 1-drops. That might be true. The deck has 0 1-drops. All the 1-mana plays or spells make disappear. Yeah, this one feels pretty. I mean, when you don't draw any lands, like this one's not really on the deck. It's kind of just the natural variance of Magic. I mean, it's playing 24 lands, so it's playing, I think, the right amount of lands for what the deck's doing. Sometimes in Magic you don't draw them. What do you think about the arguments about getting rid of lands in Magic? I feel like, I don't know why that's become a topic lately, of people being like, Magic would be better without lands. Do you think Magic would be better without lands? Let's say it was actually possible, which it isn't. Hey, land number 3, but we're at 5 life. Do you think Magic would be better? Let's say it was possible. It is not possible to get rid of lands in Magic. Like, you can't do it at this point. But if you could, is there any way it'd be better? Asika! Welcome to the fish. All right, one more with this deck. We haven't seen the rabbit, and then we're switching it up. The deck, I like the idea of this deck, I will say. The idea is cool, and it seems like you can do some really explosive things. I feel like Magic needs lands. I think one thing people forget is games need variants to be fun. Also, welcome to the fishbowl. It is wild, isn't it? It's literally wild. Welcome to the fishbowl. Thank you so much for your subscription. Big super chat for you. Thank you. One thing people forget is that games need variants. Magic puts variants into the game through lands. But if there were no lands, wow, mouse mirror. A mouse mirror. Just like Rosewater intended. Like, people forget that like, so Magic puts variants in the game through lands. If you don't have lands to add variants, you still need to add variants somehow. So you're gonna have like a bunch more random effects, a bunch of like the draft from a spellbook random effects, sticker effects, things like that. Like, you're gonna see a lot of stuff like that going on, because if you don't have variants, then you're like chess or whatever, which chess is great. It's a classic game, but it's not something that a lot of people enjoy because the best player is going to win basically every single time. Magic really wants the lesser player to win at least a somewhat reasonable percentage of the time. Yeah, these aggro mirrors being on the draw is pretty painful. Yeah, I will say Battle Mouse is very unimpressive. I think Battle Mouse might just, I don't know. Battle Mouse has not impressed me in this deck. A 2-1 doesn't block anything. It's hard to trigger. It actually just seems like it seems as bad as I thought. I thought this was one of the worst cards in the set, and nothing has changed my mind now that we played it. Yeah, lands also open up a ton of possibilities that other games don't have. Well, I will say, so it's very cool viewer submitted deck. We got to get some cool wins with it. I think when it works, it seems very, very explosive. Unfortunately, we didn't do a very good job of drawing bunny corns. I could see how you could get draws with the deck where like you're not interacted with, you get on a bunny, you're like able to cast like multiple spells, and the bunny gets huge, and you just get people, and you didn't even give it trample. So I like the idea of it. It's kind of like a weird like infect style deck almost. So I like that. Maybe could use some 1-drops. Not sold on the Raging Battle Mouse. I'm not even sure that's the best 2-drop for the deck. I think maybe there's a better 2-drop, but it was cool to try. I'm glad we tried Raging Battle Mouse because I was curious how good it actually was. More like Raging Battle Mouse. Yeah, indeed. Kind of misplaying. How am I misplaying Echoing Jin? How would you have played that differently? Yeah, the the goblin thing is kind of funny. Wait, what deck were we playing next? I feel like I said we were gonna play a specific deck next, and I don't remember which one it was. Was it Panharmonicon? I know he said we try Agatha Soul. Let's try the Agatha deck. Did you get the food fight deck I built? I emailed it to you a couple days ago. Whew, I don't know. That one doesn't sound familiar. Maybe I missed it somehow. Teamer Adventures. We'll try some Teamer. Let's try this Soul Cauldron deck. I have not played this deck at all. So this is a training grounds deck. It's essentially just trying to abuse Agatha Soul Cauldron, and activated abilities that either grow your creatures or draw cards. That's kind of the main goal of the deck. No idea how good it's going to be, but I do think that, the Ashiok combo is so janky. The deck's so janky. I do think that Agatha Soul Cauldron might be just, like, the best. It might just be the best card in the card in the set. It's very close. Like, my initial impression of having played it just a little bit is it's way better than I expected it to be. Like, I think it's actually just a very, very good card. Yeah, we can do some Teamer Adventuring. Ooh, Power Dragon. Disappointed that Agatha played such a minor role in the lore. Literally just exists to push her Cauldron. Yeah, I do think Agatha got, like, the Ashiok combo, you need Ashiok, and then you need, what is the name of the card? Lord of the Pit? I want to say Lord of the Pit. Not Lord of the Pit, though. Whatever the 6-drop thing from Innistrad is, which is pay 1 life exile to make a mana to only spend on cards from your graveyard. So you need Ashiok, you need that thing. Then you need a way to cast Shivan Dragon from your graveyard. Lord of the Forsaken. That's what it is. It's not an easy one to remember because no one ever plays it. It has never been played. I think we just pass and run it out of Fairy Mastermind. One thing about this deck is if you don't have the Agatha or the cost reduction, then the cards seem kind of meh. I don't know how good all of our cards are if we don't actually have access to it. Hey, what's up, Pitlord? The ban list I sent you has been fun. I'm tweaking it to be just blue-white. The mana works feel gimmicky, like Snapcaster and Teferi in the list. Wait, what list is that, Kamikaze? Oh, Elves. Elves in Standard. Okay. Spicy. And then a Gala Greeter. Well, sure. Well, it's Fairy Mastermind. Untap, draw land. Well, how do we do this? Get him, hit ya. We might just have to kill the Lord. Yeah, let's get rid of the Lord. Get rid of the Leaf Ground Visionary. Pass the turn. We need our Agatha. Oh yes, the Bat Manifest deck. I remember. Oh, that sounds sweet. Oh, let me see Mother Frogger. Food fight. Ooh, going with the Power Stone plan. Nice. Yeah, I think. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. I think the food fight. We're gonna try it. I have a couple different builds of it. We might give that one a try. Let's run out the Triskaidekaphile. Let's run out the Hound Tamer. All of these effects, if you don't have access to a cost reduction effect like an Agatha or Training Grounds, they're just so expensive. Although a lot of them draw cards, so you would think eventually we should find it. Oh, this Virtue of Pestilence is going to be an issue. It's going to be an issue about it. But if you can get the cost reduction, you're drawing for like 1 mana or something. It's kind of ridiculous. Can't you also use the Demon from Ravnica that surveils by paying 2 life? Yeah, you could use that to, like, surveil a bunch. It's not in Standard, though, right? Or are we thinking of a different card? Yeah, we're seeing the downside of playing a bunch of these underpowered activated ability creatures and not finding a way to reduce the cost of their abilities. Triskaidekaphile again, pass the turn. Blossoming Tortoise, a Draconic Destiny, and Mishra's Foundry. Oh yeah, that's the turtle combo. You got to get the turtle, Draconic Destiny on a land, a creature land, and then you can activate it an infinite number of times. Well, that's Virtue of Pestilence. I think this has got to be one of the best cards in the set. Like, I don't know why. I feel like people are low on this card. Well, yeah. Well, we found the Agatha, but boy, is it late to the party. It is super late to the party. Now our opponent's just, like, doing Virtue of Pestilence things. I think their things are a little stronger than what we're doing at this point. Opponent, Leaf Crown Visionary. Isn't this just like an auto-include in all the best decks in Standard? Why would you not play this card? I feel like it's just an auto-include. The removal spell's good enough, and then the enchantment side's ridiculous. I don't know. I feel like I'm the only person that's like, oh, this card's busted. And everyone's like, oh, I don't know if it's that good. But I feel like that's just like, I don't know. I feel like it's like a format 4 of staple in like many of the best decks in the format. So I'm confused why people are not more hyped about it. Well, I think we're dying. Kinda looks like we're dying. Sure, we will take it. Yeah. And I think we're pretty dead. Yeah, maybe this deck just needs to There's the training grounds. Now all of our activated abilities are cheap, but unfortunately, we're already dead. If you never cast the enchantment, the removal is just awesome. Yeah, like the removal is good enough that even if you don't cast the enchantment, like it's still fine, right? And then you, like, it's an okay removal spell that gives you the upside that later in the game, you might have this I just win the game enchantment, which we saw there. Like, it was a fine removal spell, and then on turn, whatever, 6, it was just like, okay, I win now. I feel like Agatha kind of got the, out of the 3 sisters or whatever, kind of got the short end of the stick as far as the power of the card itself. All right. Well, we got an Agatha this time, and we got a Soul Cauldron. Let's see how different it looks when we actually have access to the cost reductions effects and Agatha Soul Cauldron, taking it back from the graveyard. Like, when Hypnotic Grifter is, like, connive for 1 mana, and you're filling your graveyard for Soul Cauldron, isn't that just kind of ridiculous? I feel like it should be ridiculous. Well, let's run out Agatha past the turn. Opponent. Hey, have some fun playing Magic, name is dumb. Good to see you, good to see ya. Short end of the broomstick. Yeah, you probably don't have to play 4. It might be more of like a 2-of style card. Well, let's run out the Hound Tamer. See if we can start getting some counters on Agatha. No attacks. Too many flashy creatures these days. What are you playing? Playing Commander. Opponent. Return from the Wilds. Alright, sure. So, play the land. How do we do this? Play... So we can put a counter on that. Reduce the cost of things by 2. Well, go to combat. Get in with the Hound Tamer. Hit ya. Opponent's gonna block. Let's play the Grifter and pass the turn. Are we doing the Tortoise Mishra's Foundry Draconic combo? Yeah, we actually, that was one of the first decks we played, Delphi. We already did it. We already got infinite power in Standard. In the preview videos for the new sets, is it possible if we could get a shorter video just going through the reprints and commons? I find commons and uncommons to be secret gems. Ooh, okay. Yeah, that could be a possibility. Like kind of wrapping up the set by going through the other stuff. That could be a good idea. So one of the cool things about this synergy is now that we have grown the power of Agatha, Hound Tamer's cheaper, which makes it easier to grow Agatha in the future. Now we can connive for 1 mana. Discard the Grifter. Connive for 1 mana. We could hit a land here. Discard the Agatha. Go attacking. Hit ya. See, that's the kind of synergies. This offers. Opponent gonna flip. At least I can't put something into play for free. They get a Gruff Triplets. Opponent plays a Gruff Triplets and gets in for 4. Now what? +1/+1 trample and haste. How do we win from here? We gotta avoid losing to these Gruff Triplets. That is a concern. So we can play Soul Cauldron. Go to combat. Attack. Let's see how our opponent blocks. Blocks. Wait, aren't you dead now? So exile Agatha. Put a counter on Pup. Oh, that doesn't work, does it? So put a counter on Agatha. And then activate Agatha for 2 mana. And hit ya. Does Hypnotic Grifter's Connive ability work with Soul Cauldron on other creatures? The text says Hypnotic Grifter connives, so I think it shouldn't work. So it actually does. So Magic cards are a little bit weird. But essentially, anything in the text of a card that refers to that card's name actually means this card, essentially. So if we give something else Hypnotic Grifter's ability, just replace Hypnotic Grifter with whatever the card name is. So that's what it's actually saying. They just write it that way because it reads a little bit better. Have you ever considered doing an artisan review for each spoiled set? Have you ever considered doing that, Rooker? Or do you already do that? Maybe you already do that and I just haven't seen it. I feel like, so the only problem with that is one of the reasons I've kind of like, ooh, we got our training rounds this game. It's one of the problems I've moved away from like doing Pauper review videos for a set. We used to do like Pauper top 10 sometimes. I feel like if it's not a format that I'm playing regularly, it's awkward to like make a bunch of sweeping proclamations about it. So I try to mostly focus on the formats that I'm playing. So that would be the main reason that I don't know if I do an artisan review regularly, just because I don't really play. Wow, opponents. We've seen this before. We know how this works. Rolls, win in the die roll, going to town. Well, let's Hypnotic Grifter. Ouch. And pass the turn. Yeah, Spiteful Hexmage is a card in these roll decks. Like, the curve of Spiteful Hexmage into Lord Skitter's Blessing, very good. Very, very good. It's very good. There's an Ariet. Uh-huh. Well, let's loot with Grifter. Ugh, discard. I guess a Grifter, but it's looking bad. This is looking super bad. Opponent hits us down to 10. Drains us to 9. We miss on a land drop. Well, Grifter, we gotta hit a land, right? Are we not gonna hit a land? Okay, we eventually sort of hit a land. Discard, discard. Well, past the turn. I mean, conniving every turn's kind of cute, but I don't know if it beats the start. The roll deck too good. I wonder what's taking so long for Wizards to add partner commanders or multiplayer. From what, oh god, from what Wizards has said in the past, they just didn't design Arena to support multiplayer. Like, that's, I think it was a not a good decision, but I think that's the main sticking point, is Wizards just didn't actually, yeah, we can try. I feel like we're about to get blown out by a removal spell or something, but maybe it'll work. Candy Grapple. All right. Yeah. Well, if they're going to do that, shouldn't they have done it before combat? Well, I guess we just got to kill this Hex Mage. Killing the Hex Mage turns off the Lord Skitter's Blessing. Turns off the area, kind of. Opponent. Ginger Brute? Wait, why are you playing Ginger Brute in that deck? Alright, Ginger Brute area. Opponent gets and hits us down to 4. Well, Restless Spire. Surge Engine. Oh, we're gonna die to Ginger Brute, aren't we? I think we might be dying to Ginger Brute. I think what's most likely to happen is, yeah, and the Restless Fortress. Creature lands for the win. I think what's most likely to happen is painful as this is I think it's most likely that they make another client, yeah. But do you think they can really do that? Like, how many clients can they make and expect people to spend money on? So you have, like, Arena for new players and standard players, Magic Online for everyone else who wants to play 60-card formats, and a Commander client. Are people really gonna buy cards for 3 different clients? At some point, that's like, how do you even do that? How do you expect people to do that? How do you expect people to just, like, invest that heavily? King of Sharks, welcome to the Fishbowl. Thank you so much for your subscription. Big super cheer for you. Thank you. 3-year resub. Yeah, the new set's been super sweet so far. I have been enjoying it. Well, Hypnotic Grifter, go. If they make another client, I want to keep my sleeves. I didn't pay for Ulamog cereal sleeves just to lose them. I know, that's the challenge. That's the challenge, and I don't know what the solution is. I mean, I think the solution is ideally, like, with enough foresight. Maybe you didn't have to do this. Like, with enough foresight, maybe you make Arena so it functions with Commander. You make Magic Online so it's more like Arena. But from where we're at now, it's almost like the lands thing. Like, even if it would be better if lands were in Magic, there's just so many things dependent on them now that you can never switch it. I feel like we're kind of in the same place with adding Commander to digital play. Well, I guess we do a little grifting. Oh, bunny corn. Actually, Skrelv is the bigger problem. Well, discard the Grifter. Play a land, play a Soul Cauldron. The other cool, like, there's so many cool synergies in this. So we can exile the Grifter. Exiling the Grifter makes all of our creatures into Grifters. And that means all of our creatures can pay 1 mana with Training Grounds to put a counter on themselves, which turns on Agatha Soul Cauldron with all the creatures. So there's actually, like, just a ton of really neat little synergies. Opponent. Wow, just passing. All right, well, let's do a little grifting. Discard a land. Agatha Soul Cauldron. Exile the Grifter. Put a counter on the Grifter. Oh, even more lands. All right, well, Grift. Discard. Grift. There we go. Okay, there's an Agatha at least. Discard. Playing Agatha. Play a land. Go attacking. Can we beat a bunny corn? Myopic, welcome to the fishbowl. Thank you so much for your subscription. Big soup for you. Thank you. So now our Agatha can be a grifter to grow the Agatha to reduce the cost on everything else down to 9. Except we don't have a creature to exile. All right, untap. So many lands. Holy lands. Well, discard a training grounds. Discard a... Oh, how do we win from here? How do we... Choose a color. So Surge Engine can block it, right? All right, let's do it like this. Discard, play the Surge Engine. Go to combat, get in with the Grifter. Hit ya. Play the land past the turn. All right, Surge Engine. All right, Surge Engine. Another bunny corn. Opponent goes to combat. Opponent attacks. Well, level up. Level up. Oh, I think we take it. I think we take it and try to win on the backswing. Opponent hits us down to 5. Untap. Level up to draw cards. So opponent has to block with a bunny corn. Go to combat. Swing, swing. Opponent blocks. Drops to 5. Play a land. Kill the Skrelv. Play the Witch Stalker. Oh, we overcame the bunnies. The hardest part of early access streams is picking a streamer to watch. Well, UV Spyro, I have recommendations. Pick me. Actually, that is the hardest part, right? That's what makes it such a great event, though, is there's so many options. There's so many different people doing different things. This is the closest we have to an event that brings the entire community together. That's one of the things I missed when... That's one of the things I missed when this event went away. Is like... This was the one event that you have, like, pros playing, you have non-pros playing, you have streamers playing. It just brings everyone together. So I feel like, I wonder if there's a way we could do this more often. Did you see they're bringing back, the Super Leagues? I think that was another, like, cool community streaming event. So I'm really excited to see more of that kind of stuff. Like, we have such a fragmented community sometimes. I don't know why they don't do Twitch drops. It seems so obvious and easy for Wizards to do, but for some reason they just never do that. Well, all right. No card draw at the moment, but we got Training Grounds and Hound Tamer, which is kind of sweet. Oh, God. Oh, God, here comes the fairies. But I hope we do more of that. I feel like the community's so segmented. You got, like, the casual Commander players. You got the pros. You got people making content. You got, like, I like more events that get everyone together. Magic cons do that in paper, I think, where you have, like, a pro tour going on. You got a Command Fest going on. But I feel like more digital events that have that effect would be a good thing. Their duration of development time for Arena was like 4 years or so. Released in 2019, 2015 start time of the modern Hearthstone game client for Magic. Aptly focused on one-on-one, I think, too, yeah. I mean, that's probably true. It's probably true that at the time they started designing Arena, Commander was not what it is today. So when they started designing Arena, maybe not caring about Commander made sense. So maybe they got a little bit, but like, how much of the rise of Commander is attributable to Wizards' choices? Like, how much of Commander becoming such a such a powerhouse in such a popular format is Commander, and how much of it is Wizards. So everyone's playing fairies. So many fairy players. And how much of it is like some of the choices that Wizards made leading to that becoming a more popular format. Yeah, we are incredibly far behind here. Yeah, I mean, I think we're just straight up dead, honestly. That's a nice aggro fairy draw. Well, get in with the Hound Tamer. Actually, there's not even any reason to do this now. Hit you down to 17. Pass the turn. Maybe this deck should have some mana dorks. Maybe. To try to give the other creatures the mana dork ability. It would be cool. Although, I don't know. It could be worth trying. Yeah, we're pretty dead. Could be worth trying. Yeah, we haven't played Food yet. Food's on the list. It's on the list. We're getting there. Although a lot of mana dorks require tapping. I don't know if we want to tap our creatures to add a single mana. All right, one more, and then we'll keep moving on. Yeah, I feel like the Sleep Cursed Fairy, outside of being a combo piece, it seems okay if you play it on turn 1. If you play it on turn 1, I think it's pretty good. If you don't play it on turn 1 though, and it's like turn 3 or turn 4, it's so slow and clunky. Well, this hand actually seems pretty nice. We have the card draw this time. We have double card draw. We got the Agatha and the training grounds. Like, this is pretty much what we're hoping for. So let's get down the training grounds. Pass the turn. Opponent, what are you up to? Have you looked at Rat Haste Tribal? Devilish Fillet Song of Tontenzan. Look legit with Sama and Agris. Ooh. I haven't tried to build that yet, although that does sound spicy. Let's play Cupperline Gorge. Pass the turn. This is fairies again. This is everyone on fairies. That does sound sweet. There are some cool payoffs for being hasty, isn't there? Arena Cast podcast with a raid. Welcome, raiders. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream, Arena Craft? We played a minute ago. Another training grounds. Well, let's play Agatha. Get in with a Fairy Mastermind. So Fairy Mastermind's 1 mana to activate now, which is pretty good. Opponent. Deserted Beach. Gonna kill it. Well, let's activate. We draw 2. Opponent draws 1. What is this card? Clawing. Ugh, land. Come on. I mean, I guess we can connive away the lands. Okay, there's a Soul Cauldron. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, no. Are you killing Agatha, too? Clawing Torment. -1/-1. Beating your upkeep, lose a life. That is a weird card to be playing. Yeah, I think a lot of people are not playing mono red today just because it's boring. I feel like that's the most obvious home. And I think people are maybe not playing it, not because it's bad, but just because like mono red's kind of like pretty tierish and normal. So I think that might be the issue. Kind of like we haven't run into too many people like our opponent who are just like, oh, I'm going to be the Esper control deck. Because that's just like the top tier deck in standard that everyone knows. So I think a lot of people try to take advantage of early access day by doing some unique things rather than I think we actually let this go and take 2. I think it's better to take the 2. Go attacking. Kill it at a discount. And then we can start conniving away some lands here, maybe. Actually, connive away training grounds. We never really need more than one training grounds, I don't think. Well, there's a Soul Cauldron. That's not bad. Hit you down to 14. Play the land past the turn. Yeah, I mean, really, people have been on pretty good behavior with Shieldrids, I think. Like, we haven't seen too many Shieldrids. There's been a couple. But there hasn't been, like, a huge number of people playing Shieldrids, which I kind of appreciate. I mean, we know Shieldrid's good. We're going to see it a lot in Standard. There's no doubt about it. Wow, opponent is really embracing the control plan. Well, let's connive. Discard a land. Get in, hit you for 1. Down to 13 past the turn. Rat Haste Tribal, eh? Is that another shoot? Okay, area. That's sweet. I don't mind seeing area go off. Opponent. Well, let's keep looting. Okay, another Soul Cauldron. We will keep. Sooner or later, our opponent's not going to have a counter. All right, Soul Cauldron, number 3. Do you have another counter? I mean, we've run all of them. Faithful Mending. Opponent tried to find a counter. I know, we're playing against Crim Jr. One Trick Steed. Welcome to the Fishbowl. Thank you so much for your subscription. Big scoop cheer for you. Thank you. All right, let's exile a Fairy Mastermind. Put a counter on Agatha. And go attack King Hitchya. Whew. Thought our opponent might block there. I don't understand why Wizards... Alright, I think we got to do this now because we really want to draw a card. So opponent's already going to draw a bunch of cards. We need to get the second... Because it's not actually... I'm kind of an idiot. Yeah, that's right. We only get the each player draws mode. We're not getting the second card static ability, that's still fine. But there was no reason we had to draw right then. I don't understand why streamers get early access to the accounts. I mean, I think the idea is basically to try to promote the set. Like, I think that's the goal. For some reason I was thinking since we exiled the Fairy Mastermind that we were gonna trigger its static ability, but that is definitely not how this works. It doesn't work that way. We can draw a bunch of cards though. We do need to deal with this area somehow. This area is gonna beat us eventually. Let's just connive. We need like an actual threat. Let's discard the Hound Tamer, untap. There's ooh, can we win with Triskaidekaphile? Is that a possibility? Is it possible we actually win with Triskaidekaphile? Hey, what's up, Doug? How were the errands? So if we play Triskaidekaphile, we can draw 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, it's still better than letting our opponent also draw a card. We do need to avoid getting drained out by area. That's our biggest issue here, is just area draining us out. All right, play Triskaidekaphile. Play Surge Engine. Opponent. Make disappear. Well, I guess we pay. Play the land. And pass the turn. opponent. So opponent's actually just playing like Area Prison. What's the story behind your IGN? What is IGN? Oh, wow. All right. That actually, since we have been unable to kill this area, I think that actually beats us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So now we're taking 6. Yeah, that's kind of a lot. So we have like 1 turn. We have 1 turn to... We're going to lose to Asinine Antics. We have 1 turn to kill this area, but we don't have many cards in this deck that can kill area. So, I mean, draw a card. Oh, thank goodness. That's a card that can kill area. That is huge. We're not dead yet. We're not dead yet. Go to combat, actually. Let's level this up. Level... so many abilities. Level this up. Go to combat. Wait! Why didn't it let us attack? Oh, area. That's right. Okay. Well, if we lose, we lost because... because we didn't read area. Yeah, okay. So area doesn't just drain you, but has another ability. Creatures that are enchanted by auras you control can't attack you or planeswalkers you control. So that's what's keeping us from attacking there. Well, let's let Asinine Antics get a win. Did you find another area? That's the real question. They did. All right, sure. So the removal doesn't actually matter anyway. Reading the cards, does reading the cards actually explain the card anymore? I'm not sure it actually does. If you want an example of reading the cards not explaining the cards, just look at any secret lair drop where reading the cards, you can't even do it most of the time. It's just impossible. Or I still don't understand. Chat, explain this card to me. I don't know if have we talked about this card on stream? Maybe we have. I need to understand. Some of you are probably like judges or like understand why this is worded the way it is. Feral Encounter. Have we talked about this? Why is Feral Encounter worded this way? It's such a simple effect. It wants to be a bite spell that lets you cantrip, sort of impulse draw style, even though you're mono green. Like, it's in every way this card is so strange. But like, why is it worded the way it is? Like, the top 5 cards of your library, you can exile creature from among them, put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. You may cast the exiled card this turn. At the beginning of the next combat phase this turn, target creature you control deals damage equal to its powered up to 1 target creature you don't control. Is there a reason that has to be worded in the literal most convoluted way possible? Like, what is the... So I know what it's doing. I understand what the card's doing. What's the reasoning for it, though? Why doesn't it just, like, say whatever? Like, a target creature you control deals damage to a creature you don't control. Grab a creature from the top 5 you can play it this turn. Why is there the weird delay trigger? So you can cast it without targets. Oh boy. I mean, I guess that's fine. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. They want you to be able to like top this in the late game on an empty board and still cast it. Couldn't you get around that with like up to one creature? Up to 1 creature you control deals damage equal to blah blah blah. Like, wouldn't that also do it? And avoid the ridiculous paragraph. All right, let's try the Jund Adventure deck. But I mean, the card seems good. The wording's just so convoluted. Let's try Jund Adventures. So people have been asking for Jund Adventures. Jund Adventures. What is the idea of this deck? You play a bunch of adventures. This deck, it does have Shieldred. I think it's just one of those things where, like, the goal of this deck was to build, like, a good version of Jund, like, the strongest version possible of Jund Adventures. Like, if you're going to take this to a standard tournament, that was kind of the goal. So I didn't intentionally like power it down by leaving out Shieldred. This is pretty much like I want to try to 5-0 a league or whatever with the deck. So basically, Decadent Dragon, really good adventure, draws cards potentially from your opponent's deck, makes treasures, 4/4 Flying Trampler, Questing Druid, draws cards, grows, Mosswood Dread Knight, my pick for one of the strongest cards, actually the strongest standard card in the set. We'll see if it's actually good. Let's try some Jund Adventuring. We'll also try Teamer Adventures. I think next on the list, we gotta try Jund Adventures, we gotta try Teamer Adventures, and then we have to try, we gotta try a Panharmonicon deck. We can't not try a Panharmonicon deck, right? I also want to try, we got to try Rocco Food Fight. There's so many things we got to try still. The list is long. The list is long. A reminder, if you need any cards, you can take it from our sponsor, Card Kingdom, over at cardkingdom.com/MTG Goldfish. Do you know any way to animate enemy lands? The N has some sweet synergy to it. So I don't think there's any way in Standard that you can turn your opponent's lands into a creature. There's some older cards that like turn all lands into a creature, so there are ways to do in older formats. It would be really hilarious. I mean, I guess it kind of depends on the deck too. Like, you're gonna really get mono red or something, or mono blue that's just playing all the same basic lands. On the other hand, like if you're playing a deck that's playing 3 colors, has a bunch of different Hajar, that gets around our cut down. Well, speaking of the end, now let's just make a food token. Pass the turn. Just tune in. So far, which deck did you like the most? I've really enjoyed most of the decks we've played. I mean, pulling off the turtle combo was pretty sweet. Agatha's Soul Cauldron might be my favorite single card that we've played so far. The synergies that enables are just so cool. So I think that's my favorite card, although I don't know if it's my favorite deck. Opponent, Agru. Well, let's play the land. Play the land so we can cut down... I guess we just cut down Ruby. Get it out of here. Mascaroscope! Welcome to the Fishbowl. Thank you so much for your subscription. Big soup cheer for you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's run out the Dread Knight and see if it's as good as we think. I think Mosswood Dread Knight should be so good. Hey, thank you for the raid to Sauerkraut. Hopefully you had a wonderful stream. Welcome, Raiders. Tyvar A, who can get back the Ruby. Is this card good? I've seen several people play Ruby. Ruby, 2 mana, 1/2 haste. When it attacks, when you control a creature of power 4 greater, gets +2/+2. So it'd be a 3/4, and it's a mana dork. It's also legendary though. I feel like being legendary really hurts. The opponent also gets a Dread Knight. Sure. Are you going to see a remastered version of your 34 Rhinos with Shieldrins instead of Rhinos? Seems like a pretty good possibility. Actually, that seems very likely because I've kind of already built a deck with that idea. So I think all the Shieldrids is probably in our future. And let's attack Tyvar. See how our opponent blocks. About it. Do they even block? Blocks with Hajar. Okay, sure. Well, yeah, I mean, Dread Knight, draw a card. Replay Dread Knight. That seems pretty good. I mean, free attack, kill your thing, draw a card, get it back. Could do that all day. Oh, we're gonna see the end to its thing. This is why it exists. To answer those dirty Shieldrids. Opponent gets in. Oh, that does mean we have to not block this turn, or we lose our Dread Knight forever. Also gonna work out pretty well. The opponent untaps the Dread Knight. Well, we will put an end to the Shieldrids, all of them. We also get to see our opponent's entire deck. Decadent Dragons. So opponent's playing a version of Royal Treatments. That's good to know about. So opponent's playing protection spells. Well, Shieldrids down. No longer have to worry about Shieldrids. Play the tap land. Attack the Tyvar. Opponent gonna block with the Dread Knight. Tyvar down to 1. Oh, the end. Is the end actually... Maybe the end is just like a 4-of card. We're junding each other out at the moment. They might be trying to jund us out, but we are also trying to jund them out. Opponent Blood Tithe Harvester. And Adventures the Dread Knight. Sure. And then takes up Tyvar. Yeah, I mean, with so many Shieldreds running around, I know it's 4 mana. 4 mana is like kind of a lot. But being able to... Ooh. Well, okay. In that case, we are not above playing a Dirty Shieldred and then Dread Knighting to draw a card and actually gain some life with Shieldred. Our Shieldreds have not been ended. Alright, opponent, your go. Good thing Black got another strong answer to Shieldred. I was worried Black was getting too weak. Yeah, seriously. Black is like... there is a bit of a color imbalance in Standard, isn't there? Black is just so good. So opponent's going to spend a few cards to get rid of the Shieldred. Yup. Replays the Dread Knight. Gets in with Blood Tithe Harvester. Untaps the Blood Tithe Harvester. Ooh. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Oh, we don't have enough mana for that. Well, I guess we just play Graveyard Trespasser. Eat a Blood Tithe Harvester. Play a land. Can we pass? Yeah, let's pass. I really want to cast one of these Questing Druids and and try to draw some cards. Questing Druid has been a little stuck in our hand this game, but the card's really good. So far, it's felt very solid. The timing restriction of like wanting to cast it during your opponent's turn does not seem like a big issue, honestly. Yeah, let's block. Seek the Beast. We could hit a cut down. All right, or not. Well, kill the Blood Tithe Harvester for now. Ruby does seem designed to power up Bard class. Like, not only is any rule 2-mana legend really good in Bard class, like, the mana dork ability seems so perfect for it. Opponent taking down the Tyvar. This Tyvar has been very annoying. We have, like, a new hand in exile. But we're kind of behind on board, and we haven't been able to get rid of this Tyvar, which is super obnoxious. Opponent gets back up Blood Tithe Harvester again. Discards a land. If they find like a Decadent Dragon would be bad. I almost said Shieldred, but Shieldred's been ended. It would be interesting. Alright, they do find a Decadent Dragon. And a Tenacious Underdog from our deck. Yeah, that's concerning. That is very concerning. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Well, okay, 1, 2. Sack the food. Poisoner. Kill the Underdog. Dread Knight. I mean, this is a grindy game past the turd. Top ending that deck into Dragon's pretty tough. Our one advantage was our opponent was behind on cards. The Decadent Dragon, really good at digging him out from that. Opponent runs out the Decadent Dragon. And another Blood Tithe Harvester. So many Blood Tithe Harvesters. Opponent. Okay, Blood Tithe Harvester activated. Goes attacking. Kill the Dread Knight. Actually, the Tyvar, I think, has been the biggest issue. This Tyvar's gotten back, what, 3 creatures? Dane Anabase! Welcome to the Fishbowl. Thank you so much for your subscription. Big soup cheer for you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank ya. All right, let's see if we can find some removal, I guess. Graveyard Trespasser. Well, okay. How do we not die? Well, let's draw a card. Bagel Me! Welcome to the Fishbowl. Thank you so much for your subscription. Big soup cheer for you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Graveyard Trespasser. Eat the Dread Knight. Play the land. Tyvar. Graveyard Trespasser. Eat the Ruby. All right, pass the turn. I hate saying this, but we need an Ember Cleaver or Grey Henge in the next set to get out of this mid. Oh, Mosswood Dread Knight draws a card. I mean, aggro has kind of been in a rough spot, right? Yeah, we're playing, it's early access day, or whatever they're calling it now, for Wilds of Eldraine, so we're trying some new standard. Yeah, aggro has been kind of in a rough spot. I could see a... I don't know about Embercleave. Embercleave might be too much, but I could certainly see aggro being powered up, being a positive. All right, there's the Dread Knight. An opponent finally cashes in the Tyvar.
We can win.
Gets back Blood Tithe Harvester. Yeah, 3 Tyvar activations. That's been the biggest difference here. Opponent passes. So the Blood Tithe kills our dragon. How do we get out of this? Well, let's what's in our opponent's deck? They gotta have Go for the Throats. We also have Go for the Throats. Oh, we just need removal. All right, let's Seek the Beast. Come on, deck. Come on. Give us a removal spell or two. Decadent Dragon. Well, okay. Expensive Taste. We have so many cards on an adventure. Oh, they don't do anything. Yeah, we're dead. Man, look how many cards we have, but they don't do anything. We just could not find a removal spell. Well, Tyvar, I wonder how good Tyvar is. Aren't there like 3 playable aggro lists? I mean, are there? I guess it depends. So if you look at standard, Dimir, Esper, those are the... I guess it depends on what playable is. Like, I think Dimir, Esper is like pretty far above everything else. And then you get to the like... I guess Selesnya, Soldiers, Mono Red are like definitely aggro decks, but how competitive are they really, I guess is kind of the question. Like, what do you count as actually competitive? I think there was an article on the Mothership by Frank Karstens today that also went over it, and if you look at their breakdown, it's like this is the winners metagame of like decks that have actually done well in tournaments. Dimir 26%, Esper 14, Mono Black 11 or 12, Domain Ramp 11, and then you get to your first aggro deck at Azuria Soldiers at 6. So, and then Mono Red is at 3, and then you got mid-range. Enchantments, I guess, is pretty aggressive as well. So I would say that I feel like aggro could be powered up. I think that aggro could use to be better than it is today. Doesn't aggro just fold to Shieldred? Fairies. Doesn't aggro just fold to Phyrexian Obliterator and Shieldred? I think Shieldred's the biggest issue, yeah. That's the biggest issue. Oh, the Rot Priest deck D on the phone. I know you love that deck. We'll see. I don't know if we'll do Rot Priesting today or not, but I'll definitely keep it in mind as a deck to play at some point. Well, let's run out of Dread Knight. Just kidding. We don't have green mana. Let's leave up a Go for the throw. They're probably gonna flash in. Yeah, that's killable. Fairy Vandal's pretty good. Good enough to kill. When are we making Herbal Lurgoyf work? I mean, I feel like it keeps getting better, right? One of these days, the Graveyard deck is actually going to do it. About it gets in with the Snare Master. I don't know about this card. 1 mana, 1/1 flying. When it ETBs, you can pay 2 to tap a creature and put a... Oh, they're... Alright, I guess if you're ninjutsuing... it makes a little more sense. So opponent's playing ninjas? Okay. Yup. Well, let's play a land. Play Graveyard Trespasser. Get rid of the Fairy Vandal. We haven't played Food Fight yet. It's still... We're getting there. We still got to play Panharmonicon. We still got to play Food Fight. Those are probably the next... Oh, and Teamer Adventures, too. Yeah, but those are the next decks we got to get to. Wow. So is this Fairies is just randomly playing a ninja? Huh. Very interesting. Ooh. Fairy Dream Theft. Well, that's something worth eating with this Trespasser, at least. Well, let's get in. Graveyard Trespasser is still pretty good. Get rid of the Dream Theft. Gain a life. Hit ya. And yeah, I think we're actually just going to run out the deck in a dragon. I don't even know if we care about stealing our opponent's cards. I don't know if our opponent's cards are impactful enough for us to care about. I mean, remember there was what? Fairy... Oh, do you remember the old Modern deck? Like Fairy Bear Delver? Fairy Ninja Delver? It played like Phantasmal Bear. Then it was like ninjas and fairies. Glad to catch you, please. By the way, the fight spell wording allows the bite with the creature exiled. Ooh, I guess that's true. So you can exile the creature, play it. That's actually the best explanation. I still think the wording's like so clunky. But that's actually the best explanation that I've heard. Double Snaremaker Sprite to tap down our dorks. Okay. And gets to loot with the Moon Circuit Hacker. Yeah, we might actually kind of be in trouble. We might actually be in trouble here to these fairies curving out. About it. Well, Virtual Persistence is pretty nice. So we can get rid of Tillion's Messenger, I think. Get rid of the Messenger. Play a land. Play a Dread Knight. Get in with the Graveyard Trespasser. Eat a Messenger. Opponent down to 14 and down to 11. Oh, what's the name of it? We were just looking at it. The Feral something from Wilds of Eldraine. All right, Messenger returns. Gets in. Feral Conquest, maybe? Feral Encounter. This one with the big paragraph of text. All right, well, Virtue. Get rid of... Do we have to not get rid of Tillion? How do we get through this? We could kill... Well... Alright, kill Tillion's Messenger. Go to combat. Attack. Actually, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. If we attack with a dragon, they do have to block something. Is that worth it? That might actually be worth it. Yeah, let's get him with the dragon too. So attack with everything. Eat a messenger. Opponent must block down to 11. I feel like Jund feels pretty solid. Like, this just has a lot of... It's just a lot of good cards. Like, you add them all together. You have... Like, not only do you have a lot of good cards, a lot of your cards are 2 cards. Because of how adventures work. So I actually feel like a deck like this might actually be pretty decent. Opponent goes to 3. Graveyard Trespasser number 2, 3. But another Graveyard Trespasser. Get rid of the Sprite. Opponent's down to 2. We're back up to 12. And I think I might do it. Opponent. Oh, these are... We've already spent the removal modes on these, so we're waiting for the big enchantment mode. Is there a more rare light version of this Jund deck? Honestly, probably not, unfortunately. Like, so the issue is, for one thing, the mana base. So I guess you could play a mana base that was more like Jund Windgrace with some of the common fetch lands and more basics. But a 3-color deck, the mana base being functional, is going to cost a lot of wild cards. And then one of the downsides of the sweet new adventures is... A lot of the ones that are just, like, generically pretty strong are all in the rare slot. Like, Mosswood Red Knight's a rare. Decadent Dragon's a rare. So, the Druid that draws cards is a rare. So, there's, like, accidentally a lot of rares in the creatures as well. Opponent. Or are we going to win because of our creature land? This might be a creature land steal game. We haven't really seen the creature lands go off, but I feel like the creature lands are going to end up being pretty impactful. Besiege. Well, I mean, we got to go for it, right? We can't not. Yeah, I mean, fire up the cottage. Here it comes. From the mana base. The Restless Cottage for the steal. Yeah, I guess you're kind of getting 2 rare cards for a single rare wild card with adventures. So actually, they're budget friendly when you think about it. How is the renewal for this? Are they still giving people a bunch of free stuff? Wow! Oh no. That's unfortunate. Their last card was a removal spell. Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Well, exile, make a food. I mean, I think we're still okay. They have to block both. They're at 1. Opponent blocks. That did keep our opponent alive, though. And then... Yeah, I think we'll just leave up the food past that. Like, we don't even need to get through. All we got to do is attack with the Graveyard Glutton, which they can't kill because they only have 1 card in hand, and our opponent scoops it up. Creature land. Hey, what's up, Megwar? How are you? Good to see you. All right, we gotta keep moving on. We gotta try some of these other decks. We still have so many decks to get to. So we have to try. I promised we'd try Teamer Adventures. So Teamer Adventures, Rocco's Food Fight, Panharmonicon. Those are the next decks up. So Teamer Adventures kind of like, those are the next 3. Teamer Adventures, Rocco Food Fight, Panharmonicon. So Teamer Adventures, this deck is almost all adventures. Pretty much every card in the deck. What is not an adventure in the deck? Couple of Make Disappears. Extraordinary Journey, which I don't know if this card's good or not. We're going to find out. I'm very curious. If there's any deck to make this good, an adventure deck seems like the perfect home. Whenever a creature ETBs from exile, you get to draw a card only once each turn. So this means whenever you play your adventure creatures from exile, you're just getting some extra card draw. So you can see an argument that it's kind of like Edgewall Innkeeper, essentially. More or less. No, 1-drop Otter. I'm not sure how I feel about the Otter in a deck like this. Do you think it's worth it? I feel like I feel like the Otter is kind of, I don't know. When I see the Otter, I see a Spellslinger card. I don't know if I want a 1-mana 1/1 prowess in a non-Spellslinger deck. And then its backside of like putting some counters on things, it's fine. It's like free value, but I don't know. No Otter is where I'm at. I feel like this is more of like trying to be a mid-range kind of grindy deck. Otter to me feels like kind of a prowessy aggro card. Spellslinger, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. How are you, Mage War? We don't have much removal. Don't have any actual adventures in this hand. Just a Vantress Transmuter, which is probably our worst adventure. We can't even cast it. Yeah, I think we actually just mulligan. All right, that's more like it. That actually has some adventures. No blue mana. Awkward, but any brews around Rowan or Han? Or nah. I haven't really figured out Rowan yet. So no, not yet. Play with Fire in the 1-drop slot would be good. Yeah, I don't know how necessary it is. I guess if we need 1-mana removal, then I think Play with Fire is a good option. I'm not sure if we need 1-mana removal. I think that's kind of the question. Do we feel like we need a cheap removal spell? Wow, Life of Toshiro Umezawa. Saga time. Opponent with the Forest and the Gala Greener. Well, hopefully this Questing Druid at least finds us a blue source. At least a blue source. Well, alright. We found a blue source. Ooh, that actually works out perfectly. Oh, that's actually great. So we get to plant the beans, play an additional land this turn. Vinestock and Stormcarved Coast. Not going to waste today. The Frolicking Adventure. Hey, thank you, Major. The Frolicking Adventure also would be something that I think would be at its best, like with the Otter Spellslinger deck. So I can show you the deck list. I have let me show you. Since we're talking about Otters, there is like another Teamer Adventure deck. Teamer, like, sort of adventure-y deck. Oh, do we just Balluna? We probably just Balluna. Oh, we definitely gotta pass. That's too much value to pass up, I think. What else could we do? We could play this. We could just run out the Worm. The Worm is a 5/6. It probably dies. We're not under, yeah, let's just pass. We're not under that much pressure. So here's how I would kind of imagine an Otter adventure deck. I would imagine it being like Otter, Questing Druid, Scalding Viper, Swift Spear as an additional 1-drop, maybe Belmore, or like, I don't know what the next like prowessy payoff is that's worth playing. It could be Belmore, it could be the thing that flips into the like ward double prowess, like something else like that. And then a bunch of like Reckless Impulses, Considers, bunch of card draws, some cheap removal. So I guess this would also kind of be Teamer Adventures, really. It's got 3 adventure creatures kind of at the core of it. But I think it's like very, very distinct. Scalding Viper is another one that like, I feel like it's oh, are they attacking with the Cottage? Oh, we're gonna whale them so good here. Actually, how much damage does this deal? 2 plus the number of cards in your graveyard that are instant sorceries or have an adventure. All right, let's think about. I'm actually not sure the best way to do this. Wall of Chaos! Welcome to the Fishbowl. Thank you so much for your subscription. Big soup tier for you. Thank you. Well, putting a land to the bottom of the deck is too much value to pass up. Maybe they have a protection spell. Okay, and then I guess we also kill the Gala Greeters. Wilderbeest! Welcome to the Fishbowl, thank you. Teamer Adventures reminds me of like Last Standard. Last Standard Teamer Adventures. Last Adventure Standard. Wasn't Teamer like the best adventure color? You got all the good ones. You got Bone Crusher, you got Love Struck Beast, got Brazen Borrower. That was like the ideal adventure color. How good do you think Hornlock Whale is? It's so funny that it has flash, but it's just like sitting there and then it comes into play tapped. I guess it works with Balloona though. Like we can pass the turn. Our opponent's thinking, oh, they probably got Hornlock Whale, but we can also just Balloona if we want to. No Lucky Clover. That is the biggest difference between Adventures this time and Adventures last time. Is Wizards intentionally... Yeah, sure, whatever. Wizards intentionally avoided printing anything that would be a Lucky Clover or Edgewelling Keeper style payoff. Wizards wants us to play Adventures is good cards, not to play a whole bunch of Adventures together in the same deck. So I think that was actually like a very good choice by Wizards, because I think that was the problem last time. I think Adventures are so good they don't need to be further powered up, if that makes sense. Like Adventures are 2 cards in 1. It's inherently just a powerful effect that if your cards are 2 cards, it's going to be stronger than being 1 card. So it's just a naturally powerful effect. And then they also got last time just those absurd payoffs in Lucky Clover and Edgewelling Keeper. Yeah, let's do some ballooning. Mill 7. Grab all the Adventures into our hand, which is sadly only 2. But still. Let's see. So we play this. Let's play this. I think this works. Play Questing Druid, play Balloona. And then we can turn this into a 1/1. Grow the Questing Druid. So I think that was kind of just like unnecessary. Adventures are so strong on their own that they don't also need to be powered up by like the strongest payoffs. Yeah, wait, doesn't this permanent? Oh, it only works for permanent spells. All right, whatever. That's fine. Good to know. Balloona only ramps for permanent spells, so it's a little worse than I thought. Hey, Tomer, Budget Commander with the raid. Hey, how was the stream, Tomer? Did you play fairies for your entire stream? You got us good with fairies earlier. How did fairies feel? I don't even know if we're gonna play fairies tonight. We've played against fairies a lot. It seems like everyone gets to see fairies whether we play them or not. So I don't know if we're actually gonna play them tonight or not, but I have seen a lot of fairies. What was your experience? Did they feel like they're a legit deck? Obviously it's kind of hard to tell in early access day, like everyone's trying to, all right, that's a busted card. Everyone's trying to do like cool new things or whatever. So yeah, but how did fairies feel overall for you? Pretty good. Beat Rakdos Sheoldred. Ooh, I mean, you beat us. Did you break it? Hey, opponent. No, Sheoldred. Really? Sheoldred? Out of all the cards you could get, it's a Sheoldred. All right. Well, we get drained. Extraordinary Journey. That would make our opponent recast the Sheoldred. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2. Let's do it this way. Let's Seek the Beast, because we would like to hit our land drop. Oh, it's even better. So Seek the Beast, play the land, Extraordinary Journey X1 to get rid of the Sheoldred for now. And then Questing Druid from exile, draw with Extraordinary Journey. And no attacks. We still need to find a way to beat this Sheoldred. Do we have any removal in this deck? They can just recast it. And hilariously, Extraordinary Journey is kind of bad here because it is not a May ability to draw. Ugh, okay. And a Haywire Might. Sure. How do we not die to Sheoldred? I tried to find a way to splash Sheoldred in our Teamer Adventure deck, but I couldn't quite get there. I fell just short. I mean, I guess we can Extraordinary Journey it again. I don't even know if that's... Ooh, Scalding Viper. Okay, that's sorcery speed bounce. Our opponent's at 25. Wait, did none of our cards kill Shieldred? Maybe none of our cards actually kill Shieldred. We had to play... I feel like I always play a Shielder Dancer. Do we have a Shielder Dancer in this deck, chat? Did we actually forget to play a Shielder Dancer? Where's Teamer Adventures? There's gotta be one. Oh, all right. Frantic Firebolt is what we need. Frantic Firebolt. That's what we gotta find. So I guess we just kind of stay on the tempo plan. So Extraordinary Journey for 2. Exile Shieldred. Exile the Druid. Play the land on red. And pass the turn. It is pretty sweet that this lets you reuse the adventure side. I've made a few decks in my day. There's been a few. I'm not playing Sentinel. I'm not sure. I don't know. Is Sentinel good? I'm not sure how good Sentinel is. It doesn't actually have an adventure. I mean, I guess it's nice that it lets you reuse your adventures, but it doesn't actually have an adventure. Oh. All right, none of that actually removes Shieldred. Wow, we might just never find a way to remove Shieldred. Oh, we have Frantic Firebolts. Life of Toshiro Yumazawa. Opponent. Pumps their dork, goes attacking, Well, we have learned Shieldred is still busted. Oh, that doesn't kill Shieldred. Oh, what a brutal. Oh. I mean, our deck is doing what we want it to do. It just doesn't matter because Shieldred is better than everything else. Oh, that's a depressing thought. A depressing but true thought. Yeah, it just, like, doesn't matter. So we can play a Questing Druid. We can draw a card. We can play a Scalding Viper. We can grow the Questing Druid. We can Vantress Transmuter to make that a 1/1. And grow the Questing Druid. Pass the turn. Yeah, I mean, that's how you end up in the standard that we're in now, where you're just like... okay, like, I gotta play 8 counter spells. And I just don't... It's just not enjoyable. Like, it's a thing. Like, yes, we could just, like, be Teamer Control and, like, cut the adventures and play all the counters because of Shieldred, but is that actually, like, is it worth it for this? Like, it's worth it for the sake of, like, your win percentage, but is it worth it for, like, enjoying the game of Magic? I mean, the deck felt really good. Like, the value was there, like, very, very, like, it was very obvious. Like, you could see all the synergies. You got the answers. Like, you had all the tempo stuff. We just couldn't find an answer to Shieldred, and that was... And I think it's gotten even... In some ways, it's become even more problematic, because now you have Beseech the Mirror, which is what we saw in that game, which is just, like, more Shieldreds. So that's, yeah. Now you have 8 Shieldreds at least. Maybe we should just be playing the Oops All Shieldred deck. Early access, whatever. Oops All Shieldred. Yeah, let me see, Tomer. About it. A Ruby. Well, I mean, I guess we gotta counter it. I don't know what our opponent's trying to do, but Mana Dork probably good. Good enough to counter. Brave the Wilds. Okay, grabs a land. Well, I mean, I guess we just have to play. I want to get card advantage out of this Balloona, but now they're missing land drops. I think we got to just run it out. Was the win con in our match Triskaidekaphile? Ooh, wait, what, Oh, so opponent's trying to play a turtle combo deck by the looks. Was it the, like, Temur Agatha deck? If it was the Temur Agatha deck, then yes, mostly. That's one of the win cons. Can also just, like, add a bunch of counters to things and connive a bunch and make a huge board. Yeah, if you can keep your area on the battlefield, then and get a bunch of auras on there, you could do some work with it, I think. Opponent plays a land, and all right, opponent has proven their ability to draw turtles. That's for sure. Horned, boy, we have not proven our ability to draw lands. That's also for sure. Wow, opponent's got like 10 lands. We got none. Opponent. What's your opinion on the set? I think this has a lot of super cool fun cards. I also think a lot of the best cards in the set make Shield Root even better. So I like it. I'm having a ton of fun playing the cards, and I really like what the set's trying to do. I wish they rotated. I think that's a TLDR. I think, wow, they've drawn so many turtles. Opponent is the turtle master over there. Well, we will kill another turtle. At least we've drawn some removal. We might not be able to draw lands, but at least we've managed to deal with all these turtles. Opponent gets in, it says down to 18. Well, okay. How about some lands, Seek the Beast? How about some lands? Oh no, and then we draw two. Okay, I guess the plant the beans lets us use both lands. No, it doesn't. Okay, it would have. Yeah, I guess I need to think through what lands we're gonna play there. I miss Lucky Clover. Lucky Clover would be too strong. I don't think we actually want it in standard. Yeah, that was a pun on my part. I should have just paid attention to the lands we were playing. I didn't realize we didn't have any any green mana. I'm kind of confused about set rotation. Yeah, they just didn't do it this year. They decided they didn't want to. Lightning Max, welcome to the Fishbowl. Thank you so much for your subscription. Big soup for you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, let's run out of Questing Druid. Draw a card. We have drawn a absurd number of Beanstalk Worms. I don't even know if Beanstalk Worm is this. This is one of the adventures that I was like, is it worth it? I don't know if we should even play it. I guess we just bounce the token and get a counter. Have they milled them all? One. I mean, do they even have turtles left? Teachings of the Kirin. So 1 Draconic Destiny, 1 turtle, 2 Draconic Destinies, 3 turtles, 3 destinies. So our opponent might have 1 turtle and 1 destiny left. They might have 1 turtle on the bottom of their... Yeah, they have 1 turtle on the very bottom of their deck because we put it there. Opponent gets in, it says. Mills themselves. I mean, they could have the Draconic Destiny in hand. That is possible. Yeah, play the Viper, draw a card. Grow the Questing Druid. Okay, we finally get some Plant the Beans value. Beanstalk Worm. Play a land. And yeah, pass the turn. I mean, we're kind of getting beaten down too, I guess. We could die to combat damage. Can't wait for Crim to break the dumbest card from the set. Hey, chat. You think Is It Phoenix and Pioneer will pick up Sleight of Hand as a 3rd cantrip? If so, what's getting cut? That's a really good question. I mean, I think Sleight of Hand is strong enough to see Pioneer play. I mean, it's strong enough to see kind of like fringe Modern play. So I think it's got a shot. The question is, if you look at like a typical Is It Phoenix Pioneer deck list, what are the flex slots? Like, you're already at 21 lands. It seems tough to go much lower than that. Even with the, like, Xerox, if you play cantrips, you can cut more land things. So even on that theory, it seems hard to really cut. Maybe you could go to 20. Even that seems like kind of greedy, but maybe you could, like, maybe trim back on a land. Consider's better than Sleight of Hand. Is it better than Opt? Is Sleight of Hand just better than Opt? It might just be better than Opt. What cards have you been happy with? What cards have you been disappointed in? So, I mean, overall, the decks felt solid overall. I've been overall happy with how the deck is played. Although we've only played a couple games with it so far. It seems very value-y and grindy, though. We haven't really seen... Yeah, let's play the land on, I guess, greed. I'm not really sure what the big payoff is, or if the deck... Does it need a big payoff? Yeah, I guess we gotta just pass again. I mean, our opponent is gonna find their last turtle eventually. We do get to draw. We hit a land. Did they mill? Oh, they didn't mill that last Arcanic Destiny. We need a... Alright, let's do this to grow the Druid. We would prefer to not have our Druid die. Discard a Vine Stalk. Discard a Beanstalk Worm. Save the Druid for now. We need to find one more removal spell. I guess, actually, if we can find a whale even, would stop it long run. Opponent with a big attack. Block. Block. Take 2. What? What is happening? Is there some card that I don't know about that's about to make us die? What does this do something? Tyver stands us down to 1. Okay. Yeah, we did not play around that. So, that was frightening. Well, let's plant some beans. Put a land into play. Play a Beanstalk Worm. And that puts us to dead, doesn't it? Yeah, that puts us to dead. Yeah, the creature lands. I mean, creature lands I think are going to be a big part of this standard. So I think that's going to be something that's aware of. So I feel like adventures so far, they feel very grindy, which I guess makes sense. Like, they're adventures. They're 2 cards in 1. Like, you're going to have a ton of card advantage. I think that you're going to end up where Wizards tried to put them, which is, I don't know if there's any reason, like... So right now we're playing an adventure deck. Is there enough of a payoff to be an adventure deck? Or would we be better off if we played just, like, the good adventures? So what's the reason... What's the reason to play a whole deck full of adventures? Hey, see you die. Thanks for hanging out. What's the reason to play a whole deck full of adventures? That's the question. Like, is Balloona enough? Or, like, is Extraordinary Journey even a playable card with Shieldred running around? So I think that's going to be the question for adventures. Do you actually play an adventure deck? Or do you just, like, play some adventures? Like, Balloona was nice, but it ended up being what? Like, the Balloona that we cast as a spell was, like, 5 mana, draw 2. That's not really, like, that much of a payoff. The Druid's, like, I guess if you squint hard enough, maybe that's the kind of payoffs you're going for. Like, I guess Druid is kind of a payoff because if your cards are 2 cards, you can grow it quicker. Or, like, I've seen some people talk about, like, Pia, like in Boros. If you cast a card from exile, you make a Thopter. So maybe the payoffs are just going to be less obvious than last time when last time it was like really just kind of smacking you across the side of the head. It was they were so blunt, just like, hey, here's this 1-drop that just gonna draw you infinite cards if you play it, or here's this 2-drop that's just gonna copy all of your stuff. So they were very, very blunt payoffs last time around. This time maybe it's gonna be a little bit more synergistic, I think, rather than, yeah, it might be more like, okay, casting stuff from exile for Pia and those smaller edges rather than the big, like, okay, I just got them. Which is probably for the best, honestly, right? 4-mana, not only is it 4-mana Lucky Clover, but it's 4-mana Lucky Clover on a creature, which I'm pretty sure is not really playable at all, unfortunately. I wish it was, but like a 4-mana creature just gets exiled so easily. There's so many sweepers, so much removal. At 4 mana, I don't think it can work. Opponent, combat, Calyx, attacks. Well, these whales have been essential so far to keeping us alive. Well, we draw land, so we get to play the land. And I guess we just pass here? Yeah, I guess we just gotta pass in Druid. This is actually a scenario where you can see the timing on... Druid actually being an issue, because we would have liked to cast it and then cast the creature side. But we can't really do that with the way it's worded. Yeah, maybe the Firebolt's not good enough. It's gonna get... Yeah. I guess it doesn't grow that quickly, does it? Because our stuff's just like, most of our stuff's ending up in exile or on the battlefield, so we're just not getting stuff in the graveyard, so it's kind of capping it. At least in the early and mid game, it's just not getting above 2 damage very quickly. So maybe we just need to switch it to like Nahiri's Warcrafting or something. Well, all right. Seek the Beast, draw a couple cards. Play a land. Play the Questing Druid past the turn. I mean, we got to be able to kill the Calyx, I think. Ronald Grinder, welcome to the Fishbowl. Thank you so much for your subscription. Big super for you. Thank you. Yeah, the only downside with Warcrafting is it is sorcery, but still. I figured, like, in an adventure deck, Firebolt could be good, but in practice, that wasn't exactly the case. Oh, we gotta be able to... They're not gonna play the Calyx? Really? Alright. Opponent gets in. Are they really not playing Calyx? They gotta run it out. All right, there's the Calyx. That's what we needed, because now, okay, our Firebolt at least gets rid of this Calyx, that is big. Wedding announcement, still doing its thing. I haven't been very impressed with Extraordinary Journey. The Extraordinary Journey plan has not been the best one. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, Frenzied Witchstalker I have in a bunch of decks. I think Witchstalker is also good. About it. Gets in. Yeah. Afara's pretty good. We do get to draw a card off of Extraordinary Journey. The exile... I guess maybe we just gotta always run this out for 2 mana. Like, that might be how we have to play this. Is just every time 2 mana run it out, the hold on to it and try to exile stuff is so slow. Well, okay. Extraordinary Journey. As I say that, we cast another super expensive Extraordinary Journey. I mean, we do get to temporarily snipe a Farah and Heliod. That was actually kind of a big swing. And now we get to draw 2 cards if they replay Heliod, and they have to replay this as a battle and flip it. So that was actually very good for Extraordinary Journey. Did you see any Hammer Time and Pioneer lists? I mean, I've seen Hammer Time and Pioneer lists before. We haven't played any Pioneer today. It's all standard today. I think that Kellen is going to be good for those decks. I think that Hammer Time and Pioneer's kind of been like a super rogue brew more than like a top tier deck. But I think Kellen does offer like a obvious upgrade. I still think Play with Fire playset would help. You kill Swift Spear, Valving Sleep, Recruitment Officer. At worst, it adds an extra damage to kill Sheoldred. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. So I think Play with Fire is I think Play with Fire is a good card for answering aggro. I don't know. I'm just not 100% sure, like, how big of a concern aggro is for us. Like, I don't know if aggro is something we're, like, super scared of. Are we leaving up the whale? Probably. I mean, the Extraordinary Journeys are kind of going off now. This has been a really interesting game, actually. Opponent cuts down the Viper, takes 1. I mean, maybe Extraordinary Journey is the payoff. At this point, it's starting to almost feel like Edgewell Innkeeper. It's got the restriction that you do have to get it in exile first, so you can't just cast it from your hand, but... Flip battles, flip sagas. There's actually quite a bit of stuff that triggers it. Like, they just keep coming up. Like, our opponent flips a battle, and all of a sudden we're drawing 2 cards. I wonder, so, chat, I got a question for you. What? I think we're going to whale that. What do you think we could play to just close out the game with this deck? I feel like that's maybe what this deck is missing. I feel like this deck can grind and grind and grind, which is probably not bad, especially since we're in a pretty grindy format. But is there anything we could play that would just be like our finisher? I feel like we don't really have... I guess the Horned Lock Whale's kind of a finisher, but I feel like we don't really have a great finisher. Okay, so now what? Opponent has an area. They're going to flip their stuff. They have a Calyx, which is very scary. We're getting drained. Well, maybe we just play Balluna. Yeah, let's play a Balluna. This Questing Druid's getting huge, but it's been dealt with. Play a Horned Lock Whale. Draw a couple cards. Ooh, those are actually pretty good draws. I mean, I guess we're getting there. Horned Lock Whale's pretty big. And we have 2 more waiting in exile. Opponent, you and your cooped ups. Okay, opponent. Cooping up Balluna. I mean, that we can get rid of with the legend rule. Grows the Calyx. And... Alright, opponent has officially drawn every coop up. Goes attacking. Goes attacking. Gets an Afara. We get to draw some cards. Wow, that was brutal. And opponent continues to go off. Continues to go off. Plays a land. We drop to 10. Oh, okay, how can we do this? How can we do this? So, we need to deal with our opponent's board, essentially. So, Scalding Viper. Bounce Afara. Scalding Viper. Bounce area. Play the land. Oh, but it's just going to come back and keep draining us. Play the land, pass the turn. About it. I think if our opponent attacks, what we might try to do, and this would be risky, but we could try to Atwara the Coop Up. I guess it would depend on if our opponent's tapped out. We might be able to Atwara the Coop Up. All right, Ariat returns. Getting in for just 11 with the questing druid isn't really enough. Opponent goes attacking. So if we try to bounce the Coop Up, they can just exile it, right? So it doesn't actually work. I mean, this is, I think, the best pacifism, which is sweet. Yeah, let's Atwara the Calyx. What a wild game. This ended up being a very crazy game. You got Tyver Stand in this deck. It's so versatile. Late game pump spell to finish. No Tyver Stands. You could play Tyver Stand. We need an adventure Tyver Stand. Our opponent passes. Drains us to 7. Well, okay. Scalding Viper. Draw a card. Or 2 cards, rather. 1, 2. Let's curse roll the area. Firebolt the area. This questing druid is getting massive. And then Frantic Bolt the Calyx. All right, threats once again dealt with. Play the land, pass the turn. If they printed Protection Adventure, it'd be pretty nutty. Yeah, that might be too strong. Oh, if only we could attack with this druid. Pacifism ruining our day here. Like literally straight up ending us. Opponent, wow, Besagios the Extraordinary Journey. Interesting. Was not expecting that. Yeah, the druid, I mean, if it sticks out, although, like, it's kind of sticking out oh, another area. I think it's kind of sticking out because... I think it's kind of sticking out because it's pacified. Like, if it was actually a threat, our opponent might be needing to kill it. We get drained to 4. Well, play the Viper. Draw some cards. Or draw a card, rather. Now play the Adventureland. 1, 2, 3. Well, I guess we Balluna. Seek Thrills. Play another Balluna. Legend Rule. Pass the turn. Yeah, Bounce Spell would have been so good there. That was a nice window for a Bounce Spell. We are definitely at risk of getting drained out by this area. I guess we're going to have to make disappear to sack something with an enchantment on it just to stop getting drained so much. The Ariat's actually like doing some serious work here. All right, Heliod. Well, we get to draw a card. Opponent's getting back a Coop Up. opponent. Coops up Balloona. Well, we will make disappear. Casualty. Sacking a Hornlock Whale. The copying of this wedding announcement didn't really do anything to, oh, I see. It's flipped. Oh, I see. They copied the already flip side. I was wondering how they ended up with a wedding festivity with no counters. Is Picnic Ruiner not playable? Let me look that one up. What is Picnic Ruiner? All right, opponent does have a cube up. Goes attacking. Well, we will block. So we get drained for 2. Well, Tempest Heart. Draw 2, discard. Discard. Seek the Beast. We've played almost through our entire deck. Okay, that doesn't help us. Does this mean we're dead after all this? Questing Druid, draw a card. Okay. Seek the Beast. We need removals. Oh, that's not removal. Seek the Beast. We're running out of mana. And wow. Well, I think this is a vote against Team Adventure. We like literally drew and played our entire deck, and we just could not close out the game. Like, we have 10 cards left in our deck. We did it all. We drew all the cards. But Ariat just, like, kind of drained us out of this game. Huh. So it feels like a lot of value, but we need a way to actually make opponents die. Yeah, I don't see a way out of this. Like, because we just died to the Ariat, even if we block. Yeah, that does it. Huh. Picnic Ruiner. We drew so many cards, too. Picnic Ruiner. Whenever it attacks, you control a creature 4 or greater, gains double strike and only in a turn. Stolen Goodies. 3 mana distribute 3+1/+1 counters among any number of creatures you control. I mean, I guess you could play it if you wanted to. I feel like Otter would do it. I'm not convinced on Otters. I'm not convinced on Otters still. I still don't feel like Otter works in a non-spell slingery style deck. So Picnic Ruiner, it's okay, but 2 mana 2/2 is not really great stats. Like that's a Grizzly Bear. I guess it has some upside that maybe it gets double strike sometimes. And then Stolen Goodies, the effect is okay, but 4 mana for 3+1/+1 counters is just kind of a lot. So I think it's designed mostly to be a decent limited card rather than a constructed card. Played a bunch of spells. I mean, yeah, Otter would have been like a 4/4 or something, but I don't think it was dealing 25 damage. I mean, we can try Otter in the deck sometime. I don't know, I view Otter as like, I think Otter is a good card. I just think it's an aggro card. I don't really see Otter as like a grindy mid-range card. I see it as a like Monastery Swiftspear super aggro-y deck. So this is the super janky Rocco Food Fight deck. I mean, the adventures felt really good. Like, they played well. I think they just need a way to like actually be able to close out the game. I don't know what exactly that is, but I think that's what we need. How about adding Leer? I mean, I don't think Leer wouldn't do anything, would it? Because Leer flashes back, what, instants and sorceries. Am I missing something? Leer kind of feels like Yeah, this is some food fight action. Isn't Lear kind of a non-bow with adventures because all of your spells are actually creatures when they're in the graveyard? So food fight, definitely one of the most interesting cards from Wilds of Eldraine. 2-mana enchantment, artifacts you control have pay 2, sack it. It deals damage to any target equal to 1 plus the number of permanents named food fight you control. So essentially with one food fight, you can sack an artifact to deal... With one food fight, you can sack an artifact to deal 2 damage. With 2, you deal 3 damage, etc., etc., etc. So this deck, it's pretty janky because it's trying to do stuff with Rocco. Rocco is one of the ways you can make food. Whenever a player plays a land from exile, casts a spell from exile, you put a counter on a creature you control, and you're creating food. The problem is, on your end step, each player exiles the top card of their library until the end of the next turn they play the card. So it's a little group huggy. So that's kind of the downside. The upside is... Ooh, dockside chef. The upside is this is potentially a lot of food production. The food eventually turns into damage with food fight, is the theory anyway. Yeah, Rocco's definitely a cool card. It's a fun commander for sure. I think we just gotta kill this elf. I kind of want a questing druid, but I think we gotta kill the elf or we risk dying. Lear does work on adventures. I'm so confused. Wait, so Lear says each instance or sorcery in your graveyard has flashback. Its flashback cost is equal to its mana cost. Are you sure about that? Aren't adventure cards not spells in the graveyard, though? Wait, is that... I am like 99.9999999% sure that that is incorrect. I'm very convinced that adventures are only creatures in the graveyard. So Lear, you're gonna have to send me the ruling or something. I am not convinced. It works the way it does with Kess. So, but the issue isn't that it, like, so you're saying Kess lets you cast adventures from the... I mean, we'll try it with Sparky after this game, but like, I am... We'll try it after this game. After this game, we will try it with Sparky, but I am like so 100% convinced that that is not correct. I don't know if I've ever been more convinced of anything in my entire Magic career than Lear not being able to cast adventures from the graveyard. I hope I'm wrong because that would be a very cool synergy, but my small brain cannot wrap my mind around how Lear will let you cast a creature card from your graveyard. That just seems so incredibly far out there. I mean, if it was, I could see it be like if you could actually just recast all of your adventures, because the power would be you could cast this, if this was true, which again I'm like 99.9% sure it's not, but if it did work, you could cast the spell from the graveyard and then the creature would go to exile, and then you could cast the creature, and then once the creature dies you could cast the spell. Like it would be like infinite graveyard adventure recursion. It seems like it would actually be a really powerful late game plan if that actually did work. The game checks to see if the proposed spell can legally be cast. If the pro spell is legal, the game returns the moment before it's cast and illegal actions. I think my concern is just that it's not. My concern is just that in the graveyard, adventure is not a spell. So I don't know how Lear even sees it, because the rules are pretty clear on that. Like, you can't cast an Archaeomancer and get an adventure back, because an adventure is only ever a creature in the graveyard. You can't cast a Snapcaster and cast an adventure from the graveyard, because an adventure is only ever a creature in the graveyard. So that's why I'm skeptical. But we will try it with Sparky. We will try it with Sparky to see. What is the Kest trick? Was there some Kest trick people are mentioning? Maybe there's just a whole line of interesting tricks that I didn't even realize existed. I mean, that is possible. Well, let's keep doing some questing. Keep getting things in exile so we can cast things from exile so we can make some food. So we get to play a land and make a food. Eventually, this food is... Uh-oh, which one do we have to cast this turn? How do I know which one has to be cast now? Hopefully Arena is smart enough to keep track of this. All right, grow the Rocco. Rocco's like kind of going off here. Have I just underappreciated Rocco? Is Rocco actually just good? I like that our opponent's going off with Vat of Rebirth. I thought Vat of Rebirth would be a really good card. Now let's pass the turn. No attacks. Wow! God, do I hate Arena. What? How am I supposed to know which one they're gonna throw away? You're just like, guess? Oh, Arena. They tapped our Mishra's Foundry and now they threw away our Fateful Absence. Oh, is there some way to know which one they're gonna... Is there some way to know which one they're gonna just get rid of? No, the one exile with Rocco, right, stays? Oh. Until you're not... Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah, okay. So I guess it's actually just me. For some reason, I was thinking the Rocco card was supposed to stay around that turn, but that is actually not correct. Welcome the Sweet Tooth. Opponent. Goes attacking. Well, let's Questing Druid, but I think we're about dead here. The downside of Rocco is Rocco does generate advantage for the opponent, too. Really, these Vats are just kind of going off. We can kill stuff by sacking food. Like, we have a bunch of shocks on the battlefield. But a bunch of shocks don't stop us from just dying to these beats. Does food fight change things? So now we can sack food, so it's... Oh, food. Food fight's so slow. So we can sack food to deal 3 damage, but 3 damage still doesn't save us. It is cool. Like, so we get to shoot this down. I wonder if there's a way we could just make a ton of food fights. That would be sweet. They just come back, though, because of these Vats. These Vats are too good. Like, everything we kill just adds to the Vats and brings the stuff back anyway. I thought Vat of Rebirth would be a really good card. It's not showing it now, but... Alright, we gotta... Okay, for science, we gotta try this adventure thing, I guess. Nesmith! Welcome to the Fishbowl. Thank you so much for your subscription. Big soup for you. Thank you. We did throw some food. Alright, we'll try it. We'll try the Lear thing against Sparky to see if this is true. I saw someone posted an old thing from Tomer. I guess we'll see. I guess we will see if it works. All right, let's see. Oh, Lear isn't in my collection? All right, well, here we go. Let's see. I mean, if this is actually a thing, there could be some potential here, right? We've never had Lear and Adventures in Standard together. So if this is actually a thing, it's definitely worth brewing around at least. There's got to be some possibilities. That is 6.66 years of total sub months. Crazy. What card are you most excited to brew around? Well, we even got the Lear in hand. I really like Agatha Soul Cauldron. I think that might be the spiciest card from the set so far. You tested against Sparky and it works. Well, we will see. We will see momentarily. Yeah, 80 months. Naz has been around for a minute. OG Goldfish streamer. Rezapana, welcome to the Fishbowl. Thank you so much for your subscription. Big super for you. Thank you. We do need to get things in the graveyard. How do we get things in the graveyard? I guess we also need mana for Lear. I mean, we'll just kill our stuff eventually. Plant Transmuter, pass the turn. So let's say this synergy does work, which I still don't understand. What is the... So if this does work, what is the justification for this? It definitely seems like a bug in the rules if it is true. So does that mean I can Snapcaster? Should I be able to, like, Snapcaster an adventure? Can I Archaeomancer an adventure? And if the answer is no, why? It checks the legality of the proposed spell only once on the stack. So... that still doesn't make any sense to me. So you can take a creature spell... Yeah, I mean that does look like it works. That is mind-blowingly... the Magic rules are impossibly wrong. There is no conceivable way that this should actually work. Does it work? Yeah, it works on Arena at least. Yeah, well done, chat. You were correct. I still do not understand why that... To me, it still seems like it has to be wrong. But apparently it works. So I guess, considering that for some reason it does work, even though that makes no sense, I mean, I guess the question is, yeah, rule 2, this has a different one, 200004. 20, wait, has a different rule? A different ability, depending on... This is all... Ah, this has another one! This is 200002. Hey, that's wild. So... I don't understand why... I don't understand why this is the case. And I don't understand why, considering apparently it is the case, why Wizards would not fix it. Because it obviously is not how it should work. What is this? Let's see. So back in 2021, Tomer posted something about Lear Adventures. Lear Adventures... Seems to generate a lot of discussion. Okay, so rules manager Matt Tabak seems to be generating a lot of discussion. Would you mind weighing in? Passes the muster, but seems to be an unfortunate consequence of interactions and anything. We'll talk about it. Oh, I see. So... I still don't really understand this. Well, apparently they didn't talk about it much. I'm surprised they wouldn't fix it. It seems like Wizards in 2021 didn't even know about it because it doesn't target. But the target, like, I don't understand how targeting is relevant because it's a creature. That's the part that I can't get. That's the part I can't get past. Is how does Lear even? How do you make a adventure? What are the rules on adventures? Like this is the part that I get stuck on, that I haven't gotten the explanation for. Is adventure is I don't know where the rules are, but let's see. Rules on adventures. Adventures, 2 card frames, blah, blah, blah. Text assigns characteristics. If it affects the text on the card, it has an adventure, blah, 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 blah. Multiple characteristics. Normally an adventure. When casting adventure card as an adventure, the only alternative characteristics are evaluated to see if it can be cast. When on the stack as an adventure, the spell has only those characteristics. Exiled in every zone except the stack. And while not on the stack, an adventure card has only its normal characteristics. Like, this is the part that I keep getting stuck on. Like, this is the part I'm stuck on, is how Lear can even see that it. Read the first ruling. Adventure cards. Adventure cards have 2-part card frame with smaller frame insert with their text box. So, well, apparently according to the rules, yeah, that's the part that I'm stuck on. Like, I understand Lear casting a spell from the graveyard. That part's not confusing to me. That part's relatively intuitive to me. The part that I keep getting stuck on is just like why Lear can even see it to begin with. So everyone goes, oh, because it's targeting or whatever, like, or because it checks on the stack. But like, how does it get to the stack? How does Lear see a creature and put it on the stack for it to actually check it? That's the part that I keep getting stuck on. The ruling section was further below. Well, regardless, apparently for the time being at least, you can cast adventures from your graveyard. So this only works specifically with Lear. You declare it. But then, like, why couldn't I reanimate a emergent ultimatum and just be like, hey, it feels like a creature to me today? Like, I don't understand how a card type can be the opposite card type. So what about like Past in Flames? Does it work with Past in Flames? Can you Past in Flames your adventures? So it doesn't work with Snapcaster. Yeah, but a creature is an illegal target for Lear. That's how my brain views it. Is like a creature is an illegal target for Lear. A spell is an illegal target for Reanimate. Why would Lear be able to cast a creature and may not be able to cast a spell? Like that's the part that I keep so weird. But regardless, for now at least, it seems to work. So I guess the actual question is this relevant in any way? Is there any way we can actually use this to our advantage? Can we do something? Can we do something with this? Is there a deck that we can make about it? We have a new donation from Sparky. 715.5. 715.5. In effect, instructs a player to choose a card name, and the player wants to choose an adventure card's alternate name. The player may do so. Okay. But what does that have to do with anything? Because Lear doesn't instruct you to choose a card name. So I could see, like, if you wanted to Nevermore. So you're playing Nevermore, which is like name something and it can't be cast. I could see why naming Stomp would be relevant, because otherwise your opponent could stomp you, but and not Bone Crusher you or whatever. So that kind of makes sense. But what does that have to do with Lear though? What does Lure have to do with the naming thing? Thank you for the donation, by the way. Urza Bladeswalker, welcome to the Fishbowl. Thank you so much for your subscription. Big super cheer for you. Thank ya. Now let's play the land. Passive Flame doesn't work because it's a lingering effect. Passive Flame checks when you cast. Lear checks when you try... Oh, Passive Flame checks when you cast Passive Flames. Lear checks when you try to cast a spell. Magic rules are so weird. It is so weird. Does this help? Some rules in effect state that an alternative set of characteristics or a subset of characteristics are considered to be determined if a card is a copy of a card is considered legal to cast. These alternates, These alternates characteristics replace objects' characteristics for this determination. Continuous effects that would apply to that object once it has those characteristics are also considered. So I think that actually makes, like, the most sense. To me, that's, like, at least suggesting that somehow Lear, in some weird way, the way Lear is worded, in the weird way that Lear is worded, it has made it so somehow Lear sees the characteristic of adventures that literally nothing else sees. Somehow Lear, because of its odd wording, essentially sees adventures as spells in the graveyard. Well, that is definitely very interesting to know. I'm still surprised Wizards hasn't done something about it. I would not be surprised. I wonder if they'll do something about it, because that is one of the least intuitive, that might be the least intuitive Magic rule that I've ever come across. I don't know if I can think of another one that's less intuitive than that, because that is just one of those things that's like just wrong on its face, essentially. Like, it is just like straight up like, no, that is definitely not how it works. Oko and Magus of the Moon. What is the... Oh, this might actually be kind of sweet. Oh, check this out. We're gonna get some Virtue of Knowledge value here. So our opponent drains us. We get to play a Touch the Spirit Realm. When Touch the Spirit Realm enters the battlefield, it has a triggered ability. A triggered ability. Wait, does this not work? Okay. A triggered ability that we can copy with Vantrish Visions to get rid of both of our opponent's threats, and also shout out to Color Pie Break-In. 5-mana enchantment destruction is wrecking us. But it gets rid of both creatures. I wonder how good the spell side on this is. If the spell side on this is relevant in the early game, that makes Virtue of Knowledge much... Seriously. Oh, I kind of hate Sheoldred. I do kind of hate Sheoldred about it. Like, our opponent's doing some, like, cool, fun stuff, sort of. But they're actually just playing Sheoldred. Like, all this other stuff they're doing actually isn't relevant, because all that actually matters is this one card. When it comes down to it, like, oh, like, cool, I'm doing this, and then no, you're just actually playing Sheoldred. So when you cast from Lear, does it go to exile from Flashback, or exile the adventures and you can play the creature again? Yeah, I mean, once you cast the spell side with Lear, once you cast the spell side with Leer, it works like a normal adventure again. So you can cast the spell side with Leer, and then that will allow you to I know that's probably why I don't like Shieldred. I'm on Team Elishnorn. Elishnorn is a Panharmonicon after all. But yeah, it works like so. Essentially, the adventures are essentially infinite, if that makes sense. You have Leer out. You can cast the adventure spell from the graveyard. It goes to exile. Then you can cast the creature, and then if you like sack the creature, you could cast the same one from the graveyard again. I wonder if there's any. So obviously, you could do something in Commander with it. Is there any way that's could that matter for Standard, or is it just too? Is it just too slow? It's definitely interesting. I mean, I kind of want to build a deck and do a video around it just because it's so unique. Like, that's just not something we've seen before. It's just like such a far out weird like I didn't believe you when you said it. Like, it's just so far out there that I just straight up did not believe you. But I mean, actually it kind of works. So all right. One more Panharmonicon game. Let's see if we can get a Panharmonicon win to close out our stream for the night. Well, let's play the land. Spirited Companion. Yo. About it. Pruvenic Prism, eh? One thing I learned also, note to everyone, chat, when I first started working on this deck, I was thinking that I could copy, because like you can copy fetch land triggers. So I was thinking, oh, Virtue of Knowledge with these fetch lands would actually be really sweet. You can like play the Broker's Hideout and then Virtue of Knowledge it to copy the ability. You can do that technically. Like you can actually do it. The thing is, the way the fetch lands are worded from Streets of New Capenna, you only actually get to do the searching if you sack the land, and you don't sack the land on the copy, so it doesn't actually do what you want to do. Doesn't actually do anything at all, unfortunately. Has anyone posted a link to a video with the Goldfish going over the video of the interaction? Oh,
Charlotte Sable of the community.
Oh, I think, yeah, someone posted Tomer's short about it. Although WotC's rule manager replied to that and made it sound like it's I'm surprised they haven't changed it by now, especially with both of them in Standard. Can you copy the second trigger? Wait, what trigger? Yeah, let's just Broker's Hideout, I guess. Broker's Hideout, get another land. Yeah, the conditional trigger is the one that gets the land. So if you don't get that, it doesn't actually do anything. I mean, this is still a fine spot to be though. Like we can get in our opponent. Next turn, if our opponent plays a creature, we can double ossification. I'm starting to come around on the spell side of this being worth it. Like I was thinking, okay, the spell side in Standard might be very limited, but I think it actually might not be too bad. Oh, okay, Will. That's spicy. This is something I really have not seen. Have not really seen Will or Rowan. I feel bad because we're about to exile the Will and we're still not really going to get to see it go off. But can you copy it after the when you do trigger? Well, there's only one trigger. So this goes on the stack. When it enters the battlefield, sacrifice it. When you do, search your library for a plains or forest. So there's only one trigger, which is the whole thing. So this goes on the stack. You can copy it. And what you're going to copy is essentially the when it enters the battlefield, sacrifice it. And then when you do sacrifice it, you get to get the land. So you're kind of just copying a trigger that doesn't do anything. I mean, there's only one trigger goes on the stack, though, right? The fetch lands only put... I mean, there's only one trigger that ever goes... Really? Okay. Well, that's... Do we need another land here? Does it just not look like that on Arena? So I guess we can do this to get back Broker's Hideout. Is there actually a way you can do it? So if we play Broker's Hideout, it goes on the stack, has all the text on it. When it enters a battlefield, sacrifice it. When you do, so we could Virtue of Knowledge this here if we wanted to. Full control. Oh, so it's just Arena being horrible? Oh, so it's just Arena being bad? Oh, Arena. So now we can copy this and actually get the land? Oh, so it's just Arena. We've had some weird Arena. I mean, we don't want to copy it now because we want to copy the removal, but that is good to know. So you actually can do it. You just have to be... It doesn't look like 2 triggers, though. It's me being bad? Maybe it's just me being bad. I never see the 2 triggers, though. See, I see this trigger. That one I do see. So we're just gonna double ossification, get rid of both creatures, set up for a future Panharmonicon-ing. I hope we draw another fetch land, because I'm going to look really close when we're... That's actually very depressing here. So opponent's playing Elish Norn. I hope we draw another one, because I didn't see 2 triggers there. You want another non-intuitive rule mess. If you put Oko on Magus of the Moon, making a 3/3 elk, all non-basic lands will still be mountains. Oh, God. Oh, God. Wait. So... no, Tuca, buddy. Why? That's also a very non-intuitive... Oh, is it just layers? So it's about what keep... Oh, okay. That's actually not that bad, because that's kind of like... The way this makes sense to me is from playing Modern and playing Dryad. I always play Blood Moon, so I've played many Blood Moons. So if it's just like Dryad of the Ilsen Grove versus Blood Moon, that's what makes all those interactions kind of make sense to me. And it's usually pretty simple. It's like, if you play the Dryad first and then the Blood Moon wins. But if you play the Blood Moon first and then the Dryad wins. So it's actually not that bad. But I only know it from playing Blood Moon decks against Dryad of the Ilsen Grove. That's the one reason I kind of can make sense of that interaction. It's not like Dryad Blood Moon. Oh no. Oh, if it's not like that, then I'm at a loss. If it's not, that was my one chance. Well, you can keep your Angel. We'll keep our Spirited Companion. Play the tap land. Hopefully our opponent does not have another... Who plays Elish Norn except for us? About it. Opponent. Anyone doing anything exciting for the holiday weekend? I know this is the last big weekend before like kickoff and school and all that stuff, right? The end of summer. I'm trying to figure out there's like a outdoor concert thing I gotta go to on Saturday. Trying to figure out if I'm gonna take Bear. I don't know if Bear would like it or not. He likes going places, but I've never taken him to a concert. Adventure spells only exist on the stack. In all other zones, the characteristics of the adventures are ignored. Only the characteristics of the permanent apply. This means they're not instants and sorcery cards in any other zone. According to this from the wiki, seems like a bug. So simple-minded, what you were saying is literally exactly what my brain thought. But apparently, and I've become convinced from talking to everyone and also trying it on Arena and also seeing a bunch more rules, apparently there is a weird quirk that specifically with Lear, oh boy, there's a weird quirk that specifically with Lear means that it doesn't work that way, as strange as that is. I'll play the land. So the opponent's going to have another Elish Norn. Never-ending Elish Norns. Well, let's play a Topiary Stomper. This is like the worst matchup to get to see a Pandermonicon deck go off. How many ways do we have? Oh, we have like, jeez. We need to find another Woodland Acolyte to get back the Eternal Wanderer, I guess. We have very limited ways of dealing with an opponent's Elish Norn. This is going to be a awkward matchup. I assume our opponent's deck would also like to not have Elish Norn on the opponent's side of the battlefield. Oh, what a weird one. I mean, I still think Rule 601.2 is unintuitive. Let's go with unintuitive, but chilling this weekend before the NFL season starts. Ah, yes. I will probably be watching some Bills games. Everyone's all hyped about the Jets, actually. I mean, isn't that just like Magic, though? Magic is always a little weird. The rules are weird. Everything about it's a little weird. Everyone's all hyped about the Jets, but I think the Bills are actually way better than the Jets. I'm not a believer in Aaron Rodgers in 2023. I think Aaron Rodgers is actually just kind of washed. I mean, he was great. One of the best quarterbacks of all time, but yeah, I mean, that's the story of my life, Captain. This is going to be our year. This is going to be our year. I have said every year of my entire life, and it never is. Last year was actually the most depressing year to be. I mean, obviously there was many years where they were just horrible, which I guess you get used to it. So in some ways, last year I think was the most disappointing. How they just like scrubbed out so hard in the playoffs. The year before was actually much less disappointing, even though they lost in like the same round of the playoffs. But they lost in that like just that super epic game where it was like everything was back and forth. It was just this wild game where like it went to overtime. They lost the coin flip. That felt fine. Like that, I was like, okay, sure, like whatever. Like someone's gonna score last in that game. But last year, I was like, oh god, Aaron Rodgers is the equivalent of Coin. That's exactly it. How long will I be streaming today? Probably about. This might be our last match. I gotta wrap it up in the near future. Yeah, I guess we just gruff quintuplets. I don't know. There's a lot of them. There are many gruffs. Oh my god, you know what we do? Oh, this is going to be so sweet. Oh, this is spectacular. All right, we're going to pass the turn. If our opponent goes to Elish Norn, we can flash in our Fox to get rid of the gruff triplets, and then we can sack the Fox to get even more gruff triplets. I mean, I guess the Elish Norn stops the ETB, so that makes it less exciting. But all that to say, gruff triplets. How long do you have the account? Today, basically. I think it runs through first thing in the morning tomorrow, but I won't be streaming tomorrow. So tomorrow I'll probably try to do a little bit of content for the YouTube, but it's gonna be like 10 a.m. or something my time anyway. It's gonna be very early, too early to stream most likely. But then Tuesday, by the next time we have a stream, we're gonna have the full set anyway. So all right, let's Werefox Bodyguard. The question is, do we put a Gruff Triplets under the Werefox Bodyguard in case there's a Wrath? That's the question. I think we do. I think we take the Defiler. Take the Gruff Triplets. Yes. Because we can always touch the Spirit Realm to blink out our opponent's Elesh Norn, to sack the Werefox, to make a bunch of Gruff Triplets. And maybe win? That's the idea anyway. And an Overseer to draw 2 cards. We also got to get down our Elesh Norn at some point. I mean, they don't stop the death triggers. These are still going to grow. That's still a lot of Gruff Triplets. Opponent, Obscura Storefront. Whoa, chat. Chat. Question for you. So if the trigger thing works, why doesn't Elesh Norn give you 2 lands with Obscura Storefront and the fetch lands? Is it for the reason I was describing earlier? I see. Elesh Norn doesn't say non-land. Elesh Norn's is any permanent. I think that's what I was thinking of earlier. That you can't actually double ramp with Elesh Norn. That is correct though, right? Alright, well, we will play our Elesh Norn. We will go to combat. We will do some gruffing. At Teferi. Opponent is going to kill a couple gruffs. Kill a bunch of gruffs. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, if our opponent has a Wrath, we're going to get blown out, but we're going to go for this. We gotta go for the gold here. Touch the Spirit Realm. Blink out the Elesh Norn. Werefox Bodyguard, sack at game 2. Get a few, just a few gruffs. That's a lot of 9/9s. Yes, you can have your Elesh Norn back. Yes. And opponent scoops it up. Gruff Triplets might actually be good. The card intrigues me, at least. It definitely intrigues me. Wow. So what do we learn today about our first glimpse of Wilds of Eldraine Standard? And I gotta say, I really like this set. Who knows how it'll shake out in the end? Sheoldreds, Farewells, all that stuff. Put that all out of your mind. The cards are really sweet. Like, the cards are really cool. They're really fun to build around. They're really fun to play with. We had a lot of success. We were playing other early access day decks, but Adventures felt strong. We learned about Leer, one of the just weirdest things I've ever learned about Magic, that you can cast Adventure spells from your graveyard with Leer. Rolls. So out of the decks we got to play, we comboed off with the Turtle. How competitive that is, I don't know, but the combo is achievable. Like, we only played like 4 matches with the deck, and we pulled it off kind of twice. Once the auto tapper got us, but so the combo is achievable. Turtle's pretty sweet. Rolls felt very aggressive and actually pretty powerful. Adventures felt synergistic, but like they needed a finisher of some kind. We didn't really find a finisher for it. Rocco Food Fight, we didn't play it a ton. It's pretty memey. Jund Adventure is kind of the same thing. Like, the adventures can grind and offer a lot of, like, just value. How you close out the game, or maybe you're just, like, a super grindy deck and you get there eventually by grinding it out. Same thing, though. Jund and Team are very similar in that sense. Agatha Soul Cauldron, still my favorite card in the set. We will be seeing more of that, I'm sure, on Against the Odds, pulling off combos, or maybe just for value. And we didn't even get through, like, half of the decks. There's counter decks to play. There's Ashiok Combos deck to play. There's Spell Slingers. There's Food Fighting. There's Hilda. There's so much to do in this standard. So I gotta say, I'm pretty hyped about where we're heading. So we'll see. We'll see where it ends. We'll see what standard looks like once the meta shakes out. Like, is Shieldred still gonna dominate the format? What's gonna be at the top? Can this stuff really keep up outside of early access day? But that's a question for another day. For now, it's a pretty sweet synergistic format, and there's a lot of cool cards, and we will be exploring it more on Thursday's stream. So on that note, everyone, reminders on the way out the door, of course. Replay YouTube, that's where you'd find all the old streams, including this one of the future. Normal YouTube, tons of stuff going up on there. And one more reminder that y'all are awesome. So thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you have an amazing night. Have a great weekend. I love y'all. I'll see you on Tuesday. Until then, everyone. Thanks so much. Seriously, I appreciate it. And yeah, stream on Tuesday. Tuesday is set release day, so planning on streaming, playing more of the new set, so should be back on Tuesday. If I didn't say that, I misspoke. But yes, we'll be back on Tuesday for another stream. So have a great night, everyone. Have a great weekend. I love y'all. Thanks for being awesome, and I will talk to you soon.